agenda Linigi Corner legislation 257-21 Linigi Corner a Nabiki Dasi, Nabiki Yatasi Tieto, Padasit Indo, without a amendments call be so the La Corner the Kudo a Naso Benia in the Nithan the Corner teaching by Yana de Shindo the Corner Kunda. Pagi a young general corner again hit house in the corner, community members and leading corner funds now the case that own the corner enterprise small business development entities and then get a corner without a engine citizen engine nice control the corner. Yat a corner hit on lonely get us on English only corn. Yat a corner not the Hinanis not the corner the corner answer the Hayat 8 on the corner the for Nation Council members and the clinic the corner executive branch that corner judicial branch that corner in the corner also corner. Naganda les get open in the Nishkita corner, the bundle Nishkita corner at the corner hilt. I hilt out on corner, I hilt not the story, hilt cut on nature corner. Yat a corner sad, yat a his out job by side, your needy corner, you're not it on the corner. And the yat a corner, I thought he had not a hit out of the content in a side and lean corner than hit harder than leaning on. He pastors, he preachers and lean the corner. But citizen Lenigi begin and Lenigi corner, ye in Haha that's a higgy on a higher that higgy corner. So there's a yard out a hero, yard out a Nachi Hoyat a corner, Nachi Nande Catolet corner, not only in Hata Nada it's Atolet on the corner. In the corner, as Yat a corner, as also corner, first responders and leading corner, CHR workers, social workers, and leading police department, and the fire department, EMS, that the corner, so also small. So that's 9 out of the corner. In the corner, the chapters out, corner 110 corner. Also corner staff and leading corner and the officials and leading the corner out of business and the corner at the whole corner that's 9 out of the corner. The daily work that they do corner on behalf of the community corner. So yeah, the corner by daily to let corners on he didn't with time in the morning corner he not close it on leading corner. He lean the baker isn't corner baker shit that corner then he check it and lean the corner. I thought him that corner he didn't later then he mustn't lean corner as that not close one corner and that Kairos and that corner as on that corner in the concept of the double corner. So at the corner but cannot with in the corner was not is car conjugal corner. Had not a color conjugal corner not a different corner on the corner in the corner. It got the corner that seals the dog. I had I say, see that dog cut out in today case and the corner. Forgiveness at time corner and the corner cut out a engine. So now some engine is contract this morning corner. As we begin a new week, a new month corner, April be in Dodge and take Nicky corner at the corner. Jinahi was castle with corner and the yard corner also corner. The Hanad and jungle and Hayat at Islington, he didn't know the corner. He's swinging his arm in a lean corner, plus nada, at Chindan Lane corner. On the corner, Dutchley corner and the corner, so he's squeezing his eye and leaning corner, but our ape in the engine, citizen engine, Irish country point. Is in best send the other bus of the cement, the corner. He's eligible corner, Shabans in case of the corners without even engine, citizen engine, Irish country corner. The could our ape in the engine, citizen engine, nice country corner. They were I should cost the so just leave it on the just leave, just Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stuart, for that wonderful invocation this morning, and thank you very much for blessing not only the council, but what we're going to be doing here today, and also saying a prayer invocation for the nation as well. So again, yeah, that colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 2 on our proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Is there any recognitions at this time?
Delegate Yellow Hair, Silly.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
Yate, been a good morning. Shanat, 24 Navajo Nation Council. I would like to say thanks to you, Shanat, need to select and Marvin Yellow Hair. Need now to thank you for your comment. Until the store get your puppy, so the to the He was very honored as being a teacher at Rough School for almost 30 years. The Navajo land was being on Tini on by hidden this single on the J. Here, job Pesha, it over the open the Nicolation song. The Jonas facility. He was one of the specials on the Navajo bilingual and culture curriculum. That was his goal: develop equality of curriculum materials for students who are enrolled in Navajo bilingual program on the near Navajo reservation. It would and Benanji Lai out of Star Vaid and Lona, not keep Star War Ajdo. Out on the dictionary, he led on Navajo language with working with New York City. Out international dictionary, out on the Kinalta Bahaneto. I don't call it. He wrote a book about Che Bahaneto. Out on the Skito Kizias Bahane. Benasan Antino, he led a book. Artiso Sashanet or here. That was it's not strong teacher than Sini. She made the Hamilton there. Ocean Hayu, Beda Hamilton. Here, here, Joe Butler. Thank you, Speaker. One to Shadow. Yeah, on behalf of the 24 Navajo Nation Council, too. Thanks a lot. Goodbye, on mute now.
Speaker, this is Doug Gibgay. Speaker, this is Doug Gibgay here.
Thank you. Sorry, colleagues. With that, thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go ahead and go on to.
You recognize that he's in
Honorable Alma Brigade, did you want to speak as well, or you just want to be recognized or me recognize you that you're here present?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Good
you.
morning, Honorable Alma Brigade. That, colleagues, any other recognitions of guests or visiting officials at this time?
Speaker Damon.
Yes. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues on 12-foot Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. I just want to recognize all my chapter officials from all the chapters: our city, Soda Canyon, Mexican Springs, and Tohatchee and Twin Lakes, Basqua. I know most of them are listening today, and I appreciate them being online. And thank you for all your hard work and moving through all your resolutions and keeping your community going forward. And I just want to recognize all my chapters and tell them thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Speaker.
This is Dorothy Lee, attending the meeting. I'm from Broadway Gap Chapter, President.
Speaker Damon, this is Freeland. Can you put me in the queue?
All right. Thank you very much with that recognition. With that, Honorable Freeland, good morning. Floor is yours at this time.
Good morning, Speaker, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for that wonderful prayer as well. This morning, I wanted to recognize, of course, some individuals, our 8 regional chapters, the officials, our officials, our leaders, as well as the staff of the 8 regional and the chapters and the people within the 8 regional. Good morning to all of our people out there, especially in Eastern Agency. Out to all the families who have lost loved ones during COVID and are still in recovery and healing mode. May they be granted peace. May they be granted healing during this time. All the families out there and who have lost loved ones either to COVID or other means. We're just thinking about them today during this holy season of Lent. Speaker Edia, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Freeland, with that recognition. With that, colleagues, is there any other further recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time?
Good morning, speakers. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Speaker and all the 24th Navajo Council, thank you. Good morning. We're already in April. Just want to wish everybody happy Easter. Thank you for the prayer, Shanash. Good prayer this morning. I'd like to recognize the Fort Defiance Agency veterans and also the Navajo Nation veterans, and also the service men and women throughout the nation in this time of despair with what's happening worldwide. Just keep them in prayer and ask that the good Lord keep them safe too. I just want to say too, recognizing the Fort Defiance Agency chapters, all the hard work they do and what we're facing as we go through this year of 2022, and also the 110 chapters. I'm sure they're all listening in and they're wanting to know how we're going to get 257 afloat and get it out there for our folks. So I just want to recognize them and not to forget our grandmas and grandpas out there, what we call the Nejigo Usaka, that I just we love them and we honor them and we cherish them, and all our grandkids too, and all our family members and relatives. Hey, just want to express that, and let's have a good meeting today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith, for that recognition. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any further recognitions at this time? Good morning, Honorable Paul Begay. Floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Other staff, staff Jamaica and Hashday and Hashden that do I don't know Shahalingi indeed. Although it's not strong, so yet Hashing Hana or Tado and Hinanshina that either the Nashongi election the Kenel Zeto so go this all engage in by here. So the next I see go into the new car was Behodos to visit to this officer, Mr. Zola Zani. I see not keep not here, not that to be not had any those stay I see got into the new car was there. Zola Zani. Coal Mine Canyon, I did now, like on a nest to go. Shut up after Joe, okay. I think Hayaho, I don't the carriage in the component is a bit of Adoi Java. Call shut out Edo or Edo expedition. She yes. A call Lago and Kitten Eka or 20 years ago. He had a little group that he named Water Warriors United, who took water in isolated places. I see the whole one. She don't have my son in the kid out in which 20 years ago. Ego, the Kushi Nachet had at the Nachet at the Pachingo. Ade, is Blago, had for the Hitchens and all what in link about it's a case. But ego, it couldn't a household, I think that is by trade, he's a boiler maker, he's a welder. He could be making money out there traveling, but he chooses to stay home and help his people. He's traveled throughout Arizona, central Arizona, central Navajo, northern Navajo, even into New Mexico. Some of you probably have seen him, and he delivered water all over the Navajo Nation, and he's still going strong. So with this, the volunteers that he gets, so it about here to this thing. So, he operates mainly by donations and volunteers. Because this short another. Beyond that, or now got here some donation. She don't all about this thing, so doba, which here this Mr. Zolzan. How do I start the way Hollywood or that or the movie that and Ajdo not that call at the quick she at this kiddo Western Navajo, Asia, the PBR, the professional bull riders, is an ambassador for that entity, also that Professional Bull Riders Association for Ajato. Oh, yeah, but the Zolzani from Coal Mine Canyon, Arizona. He's a Nayego card, what he really helped them transporting water to needed areas, isolated areas, still going strong today. Yeah, Mr. Zolzani. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for that recognition this morning. That, colleagues, with all the recognitions, thank you very much for putting that forward. I do believe, though, do we have one more? One more recognition. That's Honorable Elmer Begay. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker.
Oh, the floor is yours.
I just want to, good morning. I just wanted to do some recognition here. I'm over at Farmington at Marriott Courtyard, and we've been invited by the Native American Church of North America to have a Navajo Nation update regarding the sacred peyote of people that utilize this way of worship. So I'd like to recognize the people that are here, like the families that are putting up this for the Navajo people. So it's Wilson Ronald and Henry Daney and also Justin Jones that are here for the update from on this matter for the peyote. So I just want to be let you know that Speaker. So I'm here on behalf of the the Navajo Nation Council. So I recognize it myself like that. So appreciate that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. and welcome to everyone that's visiting the nation too as well. That, colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time? Well, twice or 3 times. That, let's
Speaker,
continue
this
on
is
down.
Delegate Brown. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I was trying to
Are you wanting
unmute
to
here for a bit.
Are you wanting to
I'd
do
like
a
to recognize.
recognition?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
Yate, sinant abe sponsan. Ado shikedo shidnan kodatino agi. Yate, ado, I just want to recognize again, last week with the help of our Navajo Nation Hatashi Advisory Committee, our 13 Hatashis, our 2 delegates, Delegate Adoso Adoshana, Delegate Elmer Begay, and Navajo Nation Historic Preservation, Shata, Mr. Tim Begay, and Miss our Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazi, as well as our speakers, staff, our 24th Navajo Nation Council staff, to Shamasanishna, Melinda, our Viso Siako. I want to recognize them and others, the Navajo Nation peacemaking. Again, the gravity of the prayer of our Hatashis was amazing. And again, as leadership of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and all leaders across the Navajo Nation and the country, the globe, we are entrusted by such an amazing task to speak for our people and to protect them and to help them. She shah twidos zani shata is nilata non nishahan des lado shide dibich shidol adigeya na khahan seto shidot ni nikich ahanda khato shidot ni e ashin is kohot anan nishin khanilia. This awesome job to protect some of the most wonderful people in the world as Nohokati in the Ne. And with the foresight of our elders, through prayers, meditation, their concern was to protect all of us, even with the disruption, the war in Ukraine by Russia, and how other countries are responding. And it is this council's engagement prayers that we need to plan and to pray and to bring peace of mind to our people. As we know that Native Americans are the most per capita enroll in the United States military. We are, so therefore, with the protection of our people, we did this, our medicine people, we've been giving our offerings and prayers. So we met last Tuesday in the council chambers and so again, to our 24th Navajo Nation Council's office where the speaker resides and your role there, speaker, and for allowing and also the people's money being given back to them, to our Hatashis. Again, what I was told by my elders is Let's avoid a war. Let's avoid a nuclear holocaust. Let's save the planet. Such a tremendous task, right? And I've met some wonderful people from all faith-based. I've met some individuals. I want to recognize also the Native American Church, the Danahutso Kayenta Chilchimbito chapter that I've met with, and they're planning on having more prayers. The Shema Azeh, they're going to do their prayers also. I've also met some wonderful people with the different Christianity faith-based. I want to recognize the Catholic Church, and they've given their rosary prayer to avoid a war as well. So it's amazing that the people across the globe. Yes. So again, thank you, Aishun, for recognizing them. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That colleagues just
Hey, Speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Recognizing the level. Recognizing.
Everybody else in queue besides. Well, with that, Honorable Eugene So, good morning. Floor is yours at this time.
Share that. No, share honestly. The Henry also share. I don't call. Based on the 24 Navajo Nation Council, share Hashim Dada, but she never can hit all kid out. Tossy that area. But this is don't eat all the voters out there. Share. Area call area. She's all right. I about the to be recognized. Recognizing that Navajo Hopi Relief Fund, a sub-branch and her organization for providing millions of dollars in PPE, food, wood, clothing. They caught another one $100. But they are not okay. So it is well recognizing either. You should have the either. Speaker should say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Eugene. So, that colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time?
The chair, this is Daniel.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels. Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, yeah.
Oh.
I can't. I can't look at the Celia Jacoto. The Happy Inchni Godot. The Penny Bees on AIC. I don't know quite hold this Godot. Kodo, Odo, I see, oh, a hands and Lakodo each and every day. But I don't know how to use Carlos at the Zilda. The Ben National Lakodo. Benny, the Ligi is about what is Benny. The street of Fanny and Lenigia. At the Huis Argo and the Hallo. At the house, the Bayin house, Tasha. ADG, I say, have the need or let's go. He must son at the shade, he nulles tea, he nulles sad. Either I say, have the need or less. I don't know and harsh in the door. We banana should dish anyway. The mobile car on and raid the a nation banana should dish. Will tug hit the car. ADG, I see, have the need or less quid. I just want to thank all our elders, quid on the way. I don't know quid our children, quid on a slap, I see, have the need or less. So that a year or one horse and a horse. I don't know quid. I really appreciate what a Beacon chapter does every year. Every year they have this intergenerational conference. In days, none tens of the way you be sold up. Narrate nail al card al ego the yin dance pin. street of funny bahan negi aronana kudo nachalchina yenda yen beans kinho. So I really appreciate what that chapter manager kudo nagai Mr. Earl Sombrero kudo anaish aronana leaders and lineages in chapters. So I see the bahen is needle kudo. So ADIC by hens and those hens and liquidon has Twitter funny don't hash and lineage. I don't hear it high when it logo to even the liquid flop. So AIC those hens and what all that Mr. Speaker, what all I don't know. I just want to recognize all my 4 chapters with all the chapters that I work for with all old Jato, not the fun, Kin and Shanto leaders in lineage out and the 4 regional reps that lineage and the Shanto. So all the leaders within the North region chapters. So I just want to say that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Daniels. With that, again, good morning to all the chapters out there. Everybody listening in, thank you very much for being a part of this discussion too as well. Colleagues, is there any further recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times.
This is Delegate Yellow here. So the speaker.
On Yellow Hair, you didn't reserve your time.
Yeah, Abiga, a question.
Colleagues, let's go to the board. Oh, shoot, never mind. Too early on that one. Let's go moving on down. Review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Nomination Council, a special session Monday, April 4th, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Navajo Nation. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Nomination Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports none. 5, old business none. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 0257-21. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on our agenda, is there a motion? Motion, Honorable Halona. Is there a second?
Second, Chair. Second, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, suggestions, changes, recommendations?
Speaker, Delegate Rick Nose, request to speak, sir.
Thank you. With that, Chairman Nez, floor is yours on the main motion for adopting the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council, and everybody that's on the call listening in. Speaker, perhaps I would like to request a response from the Controller's Office. I don't know if they can provide a report or a written response would be good too. My constituents, some are concerned that their checks bounced. I have never, I thought at first, I was wondering what happened or what's going on. I don't know if it's the banking institutions or why some of these checks are bouncing. And I just have a concern with that for my constituents. I don't know if it's across the Navajo Nation that this is happening to our people. So I would like to just need your guidance, Speaker. If I need to make a motion for Amendment 1 to get a report from the Controller's Office, that would be great too. And I would like to also save the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. 3:39. Chairman, the recommendation, there was a petition that was sent out, and it was sent out to all the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And on that petition, it specifically stated that we'd only consider legislation 0257-21. So with that recommendation, Chairman Nez, what we could do is I could reach out. Staff's gonna reach out to the controller's office and ask for a report, a written report on that document, and have that sent out as soon as possible from the controller's office. That's a recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's good. I just need a response written. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on on adopting the agenda? Main motion. If there are none, Chairman Nez, I'm gonna come back to you. You have 3 minutes and 39 seconds on reserve time.
I'll waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Colleagues, if there's no other comments or questions on the main motion, let's go to the board, accept our agenda. Well,
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Shadid Delegate Amber Keenan-Bakshadi, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. I'm sorry. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 23 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries. On the main motion. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down, colleagues. Item number 4, there's reports. There are none. Item number 5, old business. There are none. Item number 6, at this time, colleagues, as being the sponsor of legislation 0257-21, I'm gonna turn the gavel over to Pro Tem Chair at this time, Mr. Edison Winika. See? Yeah, I'll sit there. No. Only if I'm not here, it has to be a chair.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, I'd like to have the presenter give the information on the legislation.
Question and privilege. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you got the floor.
Thank you. My question and privilege is to Legislative Council. When there is a special session or Navajo Nation Council, isn't one of the chairs supposed to be the pro temp? That's my question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. we were told that if the speaker is not here, then there has to be a chair that can chair the meeting. Chief, let's Lena, are you there?
Good afternoon or good morning, Navajo Nation Council. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. You have two different instances when you might appoint a speaker pro tem. One is set forth in 2 NC 287, speaks with the speaker pro tem. And that's section A, which states that when a quorum of the Navajo Nation Council is present and an called regular or special meeting, members present in absence of the speaker may select from among the chairpersons of the standing committees to serve as the speaker pro tem until the speaker arrives. That is the situation when the speaker is absent. That is when you look to for a chair. In this situation, the speaker is not absent. Absent, the speaker is in the chambers, but the speaker is the sponsor of the legislation. So he is asking another delegate to step in and be chair, not for the whole meeting, just for the legislation. I cannot find any restrictions where that scenario is limited to just chairpersons. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Vice Chair Smith, does that answer your question?
Well, thank you, Shania, Pro Temp Chair or Speaker. Appreciate that answer. Could you?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to go to sponsor Honorable Seth Damon at this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Rico, can you read the legislation to the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0257-21 in action related to the Navikieta Committee, Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,166,003,000 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker David, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark Freeland, and co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. You do have committee reports from the Navikieta Committee that on January 20th, 2022, legislation was referred to a Navikieta Committee work session and would remain with Navikieta on March 25th, 2022. The legislation was passed with 2 amendments and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico.
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion by Delegate James. Need a second on that motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Thank you, Chairman Naz. We have a motion and a second. I'd like to have a sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. I'll give him the floor at this time.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to not only here in the chambers, but also there listening in throughout the Navajo Nation, to Office of President and Vice President as well, to Madam Chief Justice, your team there, the judicial branch, to all Navajo Nation employees, to all our chapters listening in. This is a legislation I bring before you to the Navajo Nation Council 0257-21. It's an action related to NAPETA Committee and the Navajo Nation Council. Originally, this was an allocation of $1,166,003,000 of Navajo Nation Physical Recovery Funds, and that was approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation project, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. And as we know, colleagues, just moving on down through the sites of these different avenues that have taken place, not only there with us as a council acting on a couple of different recommendations, but also listening to the people who have recommended some priority list of change, and some of those priority lists that have been recommended for change was one of the legislations after the initial legislation came to fruition, and that was having the Navajo Nation hardship modified. And if we remember, colleagues, that legislation was passed in late 2021, and that modification changed the overall expenditure plan amount for hardship from the 207 amount up to the 557 million. And with that, there was a change in the amount of funding that was allocated or was available for allocation. And in that available funding for allocation, if we remember, colleagues, not only from the Defended CARES Act funds, and then also from the reimbursement of some of the UUFB dollars, and then also the funding that has been identified on the
Test. Test.
Can you hear me now? There goes. Well, thank you, colleagues. Sorry, there's technical difficulties again here in the chambers. But with that, just as a recapping of the amendments that have been made so far and the funds that have been given back to the Navajo people directly from these FRF dollars, that was one of the recommendations that went through the process, and that has been funded and has been divvied out accordingly now. And that's that hardship dollars in the amount of 557 million that has been allocated across not only the Navajo Nation, but initially across the entire world where all our Navajo people are at. Now, when this legislation, again, moving forward, not only through the work sessions, but also been identified to help assist colleagues, what is really happening was the, can you hear me? Okay. What is happening, colleagues, was the recommendation, not only from what we're moving forward with through the process of this legislation, not only gathering the information that we have, that not only I have listened to, but also what you have brought forth to the table. And as those recommendations, whether they be through the work sessions or through the regular NAPKT committee meetings, and then eventually having some consideration moving this legislation out of the committee and to the Navajo Nation Council is where we're at right now. I do think through the process, the recommendations that not only the executive branch has brought forth in their recommendations too as well, but it seems like the Navajo Nation Council has taken a position to specifically identify what we have now. And that is, if you see, colleagues, from the committee report that is attached from the Navajo committee, that most importantly, that there's a new area of the exhibit in here, and that's known as Exhibit I and Exhibit I-1. And that is referring to the regional chapter project expenditure plan summary now too as well. And that regional chapter project terminal recommendation plan is something that's looked forward not only on the project listing that was given to the Navajo Nation, given to you colleagues, but also a recommendation for each one of our colleagues to receive $41,354,840 minus the section of dollars that was given initially to the CSN or UUB reimbursement, which there was 4 members of our colleagues that was given that amount or reduced that amount with the total amount of $6,757,379. And then last but not least, there was all the delegates received some kind of dollars from the defunded CARES through the initial ARPA funds too as well. And that was a totaling amount of $75,111,937. So there's a variable consideration anywhere between 31 million to the $41 million that has been now identified and allocated colleagues to each one of the delegate regions, totaling an amount of 91,660 or $646,840, and inclusive of that too, as well as dollars to the judicial branch, dollars to Department of Health and the Chamber of Commerce too as well through the amendment. There is a recommendation for modification to bring out some clarity on some of the on the last amendment, colleagues. I hope to know that one of colleagues can bring that recommendation to forth so that there can be some identified language, not only that was left out in the original amendment there in that PHA committee, but also the recommendation that Honorable Keon Begay had too as well was priority for some of these dollars to go towards veterans housing within each one of the delegate regions. So with that, colleagues, that's where the legislation stands. And as we did take a vote on this last Friday, or actually 2 Fridays ago there at Twin Arrows. And this is where we're at with these colleagues. In a recommendation to move not only this forth to the president's desk for further consideration, not only to know that we've been working on this collectively, and we did take into consideration, and we will take into consideration, colleagues, what has been brought forth by the president's office, not only from the technical advisors, from NTUA, from Water Management Branch, from Division of Community Development, to build out those expenditure plans for each one of your areas. And this is a way the legislation has morphed into a collaborative effort in order for us to go ahead and get dollars back to the Navajo people. So with that, colleagues, I present 0257-21 as a not only as not a definitive and defined plan, but is a recommendation in order for us to help move forward a lot of our infrastructure, not only there at the local level, but at our regional level, and help assist in making sure that we have the best possible resources in building these plans, and as a staple or legacy for not only the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but also making sure that this equal distribution of dollars that has been utilized is really tried to bring an effort to help stop COVID, help maintain a structure of future pandemics, barriers that we will continue to have further complications in the future. But with this, it lays the groundwork not only for helping our Navajo people, but reassuring to the Navajo people that we're in the high consideration in order for us to go ahead and maintain those qualities of listening to the local individuals who can help maintain what we need to do in order for us to go ahead and have a better tomorrow for our next 7 generations. So again, colleagues, I bring to you legislation 0257-21 as amended, as identified in a couple of the new exhibits that are attached, but most importantly, as a recommendation as put forth by your colleagues, what we voted on in order for us to go ahead and get this legislation to the president's desk for final consideration and approval. So again, yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Winika, for allowing me to speak and present too as well. Colleagues, I yield the floor back. I yield back to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, for providing the report on the legislation. Members of the council, if there are any questions, I have Delegate Pernell Halona in the queue. Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and my colleagues on 12th Navajo Council, and Speaker Damon as well, and the staff. Right now, I have would like to make an amendment to the legislation. Speaker, Pro Tem Speaker, I have to find out right now if Dana has that amendment ready to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Ms. Barbara, do you have the amendment ready for presentation?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. That amendment was sent to Delegate Halona at 11:03. So it is in his hands and also with Office of Legislative Services. Thank you.
Mr. Rico, do you have the amendment?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, yes, I do. I can read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Can you read into the record?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This will be amendment number 3. 1, delete amendment number 2 adopted on 3/25/2022 in its entirety. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council hereby authorizes the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee and council amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. That's the proposed amendment number 3. Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second by Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. Any questions on that amendment? I have Delegate Carl Slater in the queue. And sorry, she first. Okay. Okay. Chairman Crotty, you have the floor.
Pasiak?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pro Tem, I'd like to ask the motioning party, in reviewing the amendment, there's no information included with the amendment to delete. If the motioning party can provide more information, factual information, that means correct information that's valid per Navajo Nation law on in response to this amendment, amendment 3, that would be helpful in terms.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Delegate Halona, you have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Speaker, and Delegate Crotty. Thank you for that information question. Right now, I think the main goal is to get the legislation back to its original form. The reason I want to move this legislation back to its original form is because this amendment, this legislation is Navajo Nation-wide assistance for all the projects out there that we're about to begin. And most of these projects that are already have been vetted, have already have right-of-way projects that have been vetted as well. And this amendment here, the first legislation is nationwide assistance for the Navajo people, and not for individual chapters to capitalize on investments and funds for their chapters alone. And so this is the main reason why I want to move this amendment forward, and so that we can move forward and start assisting the people with these funds instead of having to wait several months down the road. This is the main reason why I want to move this amendment forward and to bring the legislation back to its original form. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you. Delegate Halona. Madam Chair Crotty, do you have a follow-up? Madam Chair Crotty, do you have a follow-up? If not, Key LMK, you have the floor.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, with this amendment, I'd like to get clarification on the comment that was made. Navajo Nation-wide projects versus not individual chapter projects. What can you further clarify? I mean, what's the intent of this legislation if we're not going to get any funding for our local chapter? But what do you really mean by nationwide projects? I need that clarification. The amendment is just doing away with chapter projects, community projects, and that's all it's doing. And I'm not sure why some of my colleagues are really standing on their ground to go with having almost 600 to 700 million to stay in Window Rock, not being distributed to our community at the local level. So can I get more exclamation, the reason why my colleague is doing this? Pro Temp Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Delegate McKay. You have 3:43 for your reserved time.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker and my colleagues. The best way I can describe this situation right now is that the funding that's being out there on these big water projects, electrical projects, as well as the bathroom addition and broadband services out there to the Navajo Nation. All the projects do have money in them for your chapters to move forward with the project, especially the bathroom addition and some of the electrical lines that are out there. They're going to benefit all the chapters. They're not just going to only benefit one single chapter or one area, not even Navajo Nation here in Window Rock. If there is any funding left here in Window Rock that's going to be put out there, we're still going to go after that funding and move it to the people out there. So those are the things I'm looking at right now. Is that this legislation, even though some of those delegates say they have zero in their pocket there for their chapters, that's still not right, because there's also the ISEP project that are also being funded out there for all the chapters. And so this is the reason why I'm asking to get this amendment approved to move back to the original legislation 257-21. Delegate Begay, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Alona. Key Begay, you have 3 minutes, 43 seconds. Reserved time. Do you have a follow-up?
Pro Temp Speaker, I'd like to request the amendment motion parties to point of privilege to get me a copy specifically how much each of my region is receiving in the original 257. The chapter, Low Mountain chapter, Tachi, Blue Gap chapter, Talana Cottonwood chapter, Noslini chapter, and Mini Farms chapter. As it is right now, I know it's only 6.2 million. But if Mr. Halona is saying that there's a wider more funding for other projects in the other account that's allocated, funding that's allocated, can I get more specific how much of that is specifically going to the 5 chapters that I'm representing? I reserve the rest of my time. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. You have 3 minutes on your reserved time.
Madam Speaker.
Is this Delegate Emiyazi?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak as well, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Begay, you need to mute the phone. Honorable Halona, do you have additional information in reference to the question by Delegate Begay?
Pro Tem Speaker, yes.
Can't hear you, Delegate Halona.
Pro Tem Speaker? Yeah, thank you for that question, Begay, because, the legislation that we have, that 257, this is a thick book, and it has all the information in the projects here. Now, I'm not sure if everybody's had a chance to read it, but it's a thick manual, and it takes weeks, days to read it, to really understand what the legislation consists of. And the projects that I'm talking about that we're not recognizing here, the ICIP projects that are coming from the IHS. Those projects are also in there where they're going to give your communities extra funding for water lines and different projects that you're going to have, broadband services. I'm going to send you this personal information here on my through the email, and it's there for you to read for all your chapters that are included into this ISEP projects. So I'm going to send that to you, and if you get a chance, you're going to be able to read it, and in that shows all the projects and stuff that you're going to be getting for your communities as well. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Halona. Ki almagay kutaan janataha o zi wala adidat adaan isla. Do you have a follow-up? Delegate Ki Almagay, are you still on the line?
Pro Tem Chair, I have a point of privilege.
Chair.
Delegate Rick Mays.
Okay, I'll wait for other delegates to speak first and come back to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Chairman Nance.
Yes, my point of privilege is I believe it's best that you go back to each delegate on their reserved time rather than a follow-up. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Rick Mills is next, and then Eddie.
Delegate Rick Nance, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker, Mr. Wanika. Mr. Halona, Honorable Colonel Halona, the Elite Amendment 2, adopted on March 25th, 22 in its entirety. Ani nzago bendashi nishkait aladi nisti nego nabikiasil ticket 1 arrows that equate shin facet lane. Ahol jisto ba el kite yahabesh bahasa and the majority approve the amendment. Ada hoste be lans lane dog ade yahabesh bahasa and the taron nanal source. Aroti ne amendment ke koro khain. I think we just need to vote on it and vote it down if we like it. If not, you can vote green on it. But Mr. Halona, Navajo Nation projects. Ado chapters I would like to ask for a modification to your amendment, which is that perhaps Mr. Halona take your chapters out chapters but I just do not agree with this amendment. O ba yel tiko halate il nisti no o yedo best it's best that we just vote on it, and vote it down because I'm not going to vote in favor of this. So 11 year ba yel hit the law 11 year nila johansson anil ko we best we're lawmakers. We vote red and we vote green. Haji go shimbe ha nil nas a quagi shin set kitten so the oban just so I can ahead and I'll reserve my time.
2 minutes 42.
Honorable Chairman, you have 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Honorable Halona, there's a request for invocation.
President Speaker, that request is denied as far as taking anything out from my reviewing any of the chapter that he responded to.
Okay.
President Speaker.
Delegate Halona. I'm going to go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Crowdy, you have 4 seconds.
Can't hear you.
Thank you, Pro Tem. For the record, I just want to state that I am here in the council chamber. I do have my $1 billion binder. We've read every single page. And unless there's new information that provides additional funding, unless the president has decided to pull back that $180 million that's being used in Window Rock for these programs, I see no new information that would create a better opportunity, not only for my district, but for every single delegate's district. There's a breakdown in this binder that gives you a high-level summary of what was submitted and what was then sent to DOJ for eligibility, and what was produced by the president's technical team. And I will state for the record, on the original F3, giving Director James Berline ultimate authority and responsibility of the Veterans Housing Program is a no-go. The veterans have marched. The president has promised. He broke that promise. And so we will not allow that. I will not allow that. We have to be responsible as delegates in terms of what does the original legislation state and how it does not conform with what your chapters have provided. And in meeting with NQA, the systems that they want to invest in and how that correlates to actual homes being hooked up to electricity, knowing that these limitations for water projects have not allowed for all of those eligible water projects to be approved, knowing that all of the broadband projects were not allowed to be reviewed and approved and eligible, and that also goes down all the lines. And we see now with Amendment 2 as is, it also includes the Department of Health, who has been the first responders to the COVID, and it also included our judicial branch, who was left out of the negotiations for the administrative costs, and now we're trying to fix that as a council. So thank you. Unless there's any additional information, I'm just going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Crowdy. Key Almagay, you have 43 seconds. 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Kodoni's brother, Mr. Chairman Nez and Ms. Claudia Hazit. I'm not sure what the tactic is or the strategy is to trying to get. We're even trying to help the motioning and the seconding party to get more funding for their region, but yet they rather to go with the smaller amount and have these fundings be dictated from the central government. Because I've sent an email asking for the point of privilege. I still stand on that, but nonetheless, I encourage and ask the council to vote against the amendment and stay with the amended legislation that we've finalized at Twin Arrow. That way, we have more funding going directly to our community, our region. I think that's what our community and the people wants. I'm not sure why 660 million stays in Window Rock on top of 180 million that's been allocated for the administration or your base or audit and none, but yet our Navajo people will continue to have no water, no electricity, and no other improvement on the Navajo Nation if we stay with the original legislation. So with that, I urge the council to vote against the amendment and stay with the amended language that was prepared. Pro Temp Speaker, thank you. Reserve my time.
1 minute 36.
Pro Temp Speaker.
Delegate McGay, you have 1 minute. Chairman Rick Nez, you have 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Wanika. The reason why I voted in favor of Amendment 2 is very clear for me. As far as electricity, my people, my dear Navajo people, need electricity. Electricity, but in electricity, NTOA is going to get a lot of money for upgrades and replacements because upgrade replacement. We have 90 days after we approve this and then go back to our chapters and talk to our chapters and ask them to make adjustments, add more projects, and be vetted by DOJ and move forward with it. I reserve my time.
1 minute 42 seconds.
You have 1 minute and 42 seconds, Chairman Nez. Delegate Ebniazi.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening. On the amendment, and I believe the amendment that's being made serves justification for reasons that we need to vote in legislation, which was set and worked on in the previous months and many work sessions. And so that is the purpose. And my colleagues, as you know, gasoline, diesel, lumber, copper has gone way up in the money portion. And so, and again, I have stated that the work that the staff has done, executive, Ms. Yellowman, and then with our CSCs and slash chapter officials, have worked on the main motion of the legislation to be approved. So we can start, get funds out and continuing to fight COVID, which is still among us in the nation. I know we are pointing fingers at Nez, we are pointing fingers at Yellowman, and then also as delegates we get pointed at as well. Why can't we, my colleagues, just vote and get this legislation out? And so, and I say that with respect. So to all my colleagues and to everyone that's listening, when it comes to money, no one's happy. I mean, it causes a big friction. They say money is evil, and it's true. Look at what we're going through right now. And so I would like to make a motion to cease debate and just go to vote. Pro Temp Speaker, sir.
Pro Temp Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman Edmund Yazi. You motioning to, I don't think we have the numbers. Refer to Chief Counsel Dana.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. There was some breaking up, so I'm not clear on exactly what your question is. What I heard is you will refer to Legislative Council to see if we have the numbers. It wasn't clear to me the numbers for what?
To cease debate.
Cease debate requires, remind me, Mr. Rico, please. Cease debate requires 2/3, I believe.
That is correct. 2/3 of the casting votes.
So, Speaker Pro Tem, to do a cease debate on the amendment, you will need 2/3 vote. Thank you.
Chairman Yazi.
Question of privilege? Freeland. Or point of privilege?
Honorable Freeland, what is your question?
Thank you. I got last night, Pro Tem Chair. Does the cease debate usually require a balance in the discussion related to the proposed amendment? That's my question of privilege. Thank you. And
thank you, Honorable Freeland. That's what I was. That's why I was requesting council to respond to the request for. Dana, can you respond to that?
Pro Tem Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Eugene, what is your point of order?
My point of order is, if it's right, is that do we have a second to this cease debate? Thank you.
Delegate, I cannot ask for a second until I get information. I don't think we had enough debate on this. And I'm asking the Chief Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. First thing I would, before I answer, your voice is breaking up big time for, at least for my office. So perhaps IT can work with you on that. Now that I understand your question, and I apologize for not understanding it before, Rule 12 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 12A states that prior to recognizing a motion to cease debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is equal number of delegates speaking for and against the immediately pending issue before the council. The purpose of this rule is to ensure that the debate is balanced between those that are for and against the issue. So before you recognize a cease debate motion, there should be an equal number on for and against in situations where it has been very one-sided in the past on for or against. If for example, let's say on a legislation you're looking at and you have, I don't know, six people for it, one against it, and that's all you have. And those options, you have been able to go into cease debate. But the general rule and the rule stated is you need an equal number. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that information. With that response, I'm going to go ahead and deny the request for cease debate and go on with delegates that are in the queue. Next person.
Honorable Winika, can you place me in the queue, please? Freeland, thank you.
Delegate Vice Chairman.
Okay, Pro Temp Speaker, appreciate the time that you're going to give me. And on the amendment, colleagues, I agree with this amendment. Number one, 025721, we had earmarked broadband, waste, water projects and water projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, which included the veterans at 50 million, and then bathroom addition projects. That was all erased. And now we're going to be funding for judicial branch projects, public health projects, the NAIA Chamber of Commerce, and regional chapter projects. Is all the regional chapter projects ready to go? Are they all shovel ready? Are they going to be vetted 110 chapters all at once? We got 90 days. Once this is passed, time is of the essence. Are we going to have 90 days to pass all these things through council? We're trying to even pass this for a year, 20527. I see the floodgate happening at the vetting, Navajo Nation Council, trying to get all these things put through, and 90 days is not enough time. If we fail to do that, with all that money that's supposed to be given to the council, then it goes to the chapter, 50-50 formula. Let's be clear about this. They got 30 days. And all the chapters throughout the Navajo Nation is going to have to rush around and get those in. And if they're not in time, within that 30 days, then that funding goes back. So we got to be hard knocks on this and look at the reality of this, not just sugarcoat it. So colleagues, I'm in favor of this amendment to go back to 0257. Yes, it looks like it's all padded, but we can change language in the 257 to get those to be determined funds and utilize them in other projects that we need, rather than just having it sit there without being utilized. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, you have 2 minutes, 19 seconds in your reserve time. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Agushina, colleagues and pro tem speaker, as well as Speaker Damon, thank you for presenting the original legislation. Honorable Halona, thank you for this very bold initiative, as well as the second motion party, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. I wanted to speak today on this amendment. I want to speak specifically to my region, if this is the case, because how this all began was the question of equity. And as a delegate of 8 chapters, I don't really have any equity with this amendment. Okay, I want to really stress that. 7 of my 8 chapters are rural. With this amendment, I'm out. We're out. Our 8 regional chapters are losing out $13,481,000. That is house wiring. That is electrical. And with the amendment, if approved, we have to make $9,140,587 work. So in essence, we're out $4,340,413. $4,340,000, $413. I have 3 projects, in Naizi, in probably one of the most remote areas of the Navajo Nation, Chaco Canyon. Two power line projects along with a house wiring project, $1,250,000. With the take-home, the so-called take-home of $9,140,587, plus the IHS SDS, which we're getting $13,599,920. Our 8 chapters will have $22,740,507. And we do have a regional project which is being used against us for 8 chapters, for $26,476,914. So altogether, my 8 chapters, including 3 other chapters, neighboring chapters, 11 chapters total, we're getting $49,217,421,000. And we got to make that work. I don't know if there's really any equity in all of this. Just looking at the list alone, some of our colleagues will be walking away $20-30 million. And then you throw another $20-30 million on top of the IHS SDS listing. Some of us will be walking away $50-60 million for our chapters. What about the smaller chapters? What about the most remote and rural chapters, Ashan? There's something for us to consider, Shanata, if we're talking about equity. It's not equitable to me as a delegate of 8 chapters. And a lot of you have been to my chapters, Shanata. You've seen it. You've seen the situations out there. My question goes to Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council. As this amendment is written, as it's written, does it mean that delegates will be termed as project managers? Does it also mean that we will be held liable for these projects? Is there a liability factor? Those are my 2 questions to the Chief Legislative Council, because I'm not a project manager, Shanata. I'm not a project manager. So with that, Pro Tem Chair, I want to reserve my time. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Crowdy, what is your question of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. While we were debating Amendment 2 at Navajo, all of these numbers were provided to the delegates. If I could request to get a copy of the numbers that Delegate Freeland mentioned, and so we could cross-reference those numbers and what his district is receiving in the original legislation. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Karate. Mr. Rico, can you respond to that?
Speaker Pro Tem, my Zoom cut out, so if Madam Chair Crowdy could repeat the question.
Madam Chair, can you repeat your question, please?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and I understand we're having some technical challenges. My point of privilege is requesting the information that was provided by Delegate Freeland, the numbers that were stated for the record. I have the binder here, so I'd like to cross-reference those numbers and just get some type of verification, or if there's a verification from the Office of the Controller or from the consultants that assisted developing the Amendment 2 tables with the numbers. Thank you.
Pro Tem Chair, I can respond if you don't take any time away from me.
Delegate Freeland, you have the floor.
Okay, I hope no time's been taken away.
No.
Okay.
You're fine.
Pro Tem Chair, thank you for that question. I have right here, I don't know if you can see this. I have my own little worksheet right here that I'm using. And everything that's listed on these worksheets, we all got. And these are from my 8 chapters right here. These are from my 8 chapters. Everything on here references the original legislation, as well as categorized as to be determined. So these 3 sheets right here is what I'm using, Shemayaja. And I'm adding all of the projects that are being taken away, all of the basic infrastructure. Remember, I'm emphasizing just water, electricity, and bathroom, just those 3. Broadband and housing, we haven't even started talking about that. But those three basic infrastructure is what I'm losing out on already. And I added up all those figures on the green highlighted projects that you see here that my chapter submitted to the portal. And I added it all up and I figured it out and I compared it utilizing this list and then took the number off of what's listed in the IHS SDS listing and added it in there as well. So that's how I got my figures. A little bit of homework. I had to use my calculator, of course, but that's where I got my figures from, Shemayaja. So thank you.
Delegate Crowdy, does that suffice your question of privilege?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem. I do see the document, and I'd just like to clarify that the majority of projects that Delegate Freeland is computing is all to be determined, so they're not project specific. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Pro Tem Chair, can I respond?
Auto privilege, auto flow.
Delegate So, what is your point of privilege?
Pro Tem Chair,
members of the council. I too would like to see that information emailed out to us to actually give us the numbers on what is being stated for the record pertaining to Honorable Freeland's statement. If it's verbal on the floor, we would like to see what are the numbers and to send that number out to the 20 members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And the way I see the Amendment 2 that's in place, it benefits him and he gets a little more extra. But the project there would be able to be determined at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Freeland, do you have a response to that?
Thank you, Shanta. First of all, in regards to Shemayaja, what she had mentioned as far as to be determined, it's under to be determined because we don't have NTOA out here in Eastern Agency. We have Continental Divide, Hamas Mountain, City of Farmington, and Socorro Electric. That's why all those are placed under to be determined. We don't have the luxury or assistance directly from NTOA. So that's the first point. The second point in relation to my colleague, Honorable So, I can take pictures or I can scan them somehow. I have to put my scanner to work. But this is all, we all got a copy of this, Shananta. Each of us have this for our regions. And I can send you mine, yes. And I can send you all the work that I've been doing on mine, yes. These are just, these are numbers that I put together myself off of these listings. So, all of us can do that as well and look at what we're actually going to gain or what we're actually going to lose from our regions. And again, I go back to equity. If this whole discussion is about equity, it's not equitable to me or our region, our 8 chapters. We're losing out. Almost $5 million. Our people out here are losing out. So, I can send this to you. I just need to get it scanned. I'll send it out if you give me some time, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. I don't have anybody else in the queue for the amendment. But
Protest, Delegate So, could you make the amendment or put me in the queue?
Okay. Delegate So, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, could all I think so. I don't have to or I想的可能上哈是你是你发现说跟那说发现这个in this area. We all know that a lot of the communication that happens between the chapters and the travel programs really did not happen. Today, what happened? Is that a democracy government? For the people, no hashing, and now hashing the kintan. Whether you represent 8 chapters, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, our delegate region is based off of the population. Your population equals my population. We get the cake on sin. On nanny, yard is in the Bastani here, huh? If this is an issue, let's go back to the 50-50 formula. That's in the statute. That's law. Let's go to the 50-50 formula to get ARPA dispersed out to the chapters. Because the delegate region, that population margin, that sounds that's doable. But if it's not doable, let's go to the 50-50 formula. Each chapter will get a cut. Each chapter will get 50% of the 1.6 billion divided up equally among the 110 chapters. And then the remaining amount based off of the registered voters. We're trying to look at the population margin. You know, in the Western Agency, the president's plan does not benefit Western Agency. It cuts us out. We are people too. Those dollars, and that's all I'm standing on, off of the population base that each and every one of us represent. And our delegate region is based off of the population. In the JMAP, that population determined was 8,000 people, and that's how some delegates have 8 chapters, 6 chapters, 5 chapters, 4 chapters. So without that, also an act of 50-50 formula. So I thought about that. At the local level, without that, I'm not going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So you have 57 seconds. I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Pro-Tem Speaker. You know, biggest thing that I really think that we're looking at this legislation, which makes it uneven, and one of the main things is for the Veterans Administration. If you really look at this legislation right now, if this amendment goes through with the way the legislation is set up, there won't be $50 million set aside for the Veterans Administration housing. That money will have to be determined between each chapter for how much they want to spend for their veterans in their community and to build houses for them. And some of those chapters, if you really look at, don't even have 1 or 2 veterans in their community. There are 110 veterans across 10,000 veterans across the Navajo Nation. But really, not all of them need a home. It's the ones that are having trouble with surviving out there because they have terrible PTSD in which they have to combat, and they can't hold a good job, and it causes trouble with their relationships. And so some of these programs within this new legislation 257 original eliminates that, so that the veterans, where they have their listing already accumulated on who those veterans need homes, the ones that are in dire need of homes, those are what the Veteran Administration right now is looking at. And that's just one example as far as what this legislation contains. There are other things in there that cut down on electric and housing and bathroom additions for the chapters. And I'm talking across the whole Navajo Nation. Right now, we only have about a little over 2 years now to spend all this funding and get all these projects done. And as far as I'm concerned, we're not working with the executive division if we went this way. We gave them the authority to run with this legislation to get all these projects planned out, and they worked on it. They worked on it since last summer, when we gave them authority to do so. And if we go to this with this new amendment and wipe them out and start all over again from square one, think about it. All that money we're going to be wasting, all the time that they had wasted to get this program together. All the people that put their projects into the portal, to the people that okayed the projects at DOJ, DCD, all the people that went through and evaluated these programs. That's a lot of money when you look at it from the standpoint of administration view. And that's what we're going to waste. The Navajo Nation keeps saying we're not wasting money. We're working for the people. It's not wasting. We're not working for the people. We're just going to go out here and waste all this money and all this effort that was put into this legislation. So this is why I think that we need to move back and run 25721 as the original legislation that was proposed. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go back to reserved time. Madam Chair Crowdy. Oh, you waived your time. Kiala Begay, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
You are unmuted.
Mr. Chair, again, we'll debate this no matter what. We've already made our position, standing our position, and we're continuing just to rehash what we've discussed at Twin Arrow, and it's going to take us another 2 days to just make our point again. So for me, I just stand on what I'm standing on right now, that don't support the amendment that's being posed right now, but go with the 257 that was amended at Twin Arrow, that we supported it. Capital projects, again, what's the assurance? Give me a guarantee, and I stand on my point of privilege as well, that how much of this overall supposed Navajo Nation plan is going to my region. I mean, each and every one of us have projects of water line, power line, housing, even veterans that's really being utilized right now. Since when have they started to really start talking about veterans? We've been talking about this for the past 4 years, and nothing hasn't been done. Even if we have 50 million, if you divide that up by 110, we're only talking about not even one house. And again, if it's going to be in the hands of the administration, obviously a lot of our chapters don't even put together anything. So vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Edmund Yazzie, Delegate Yazzie, you have, you don't have any time left. Vice Chair Smith. Chairman McNair, you have 1 minute and 42 seconds. You have the floor.
Thank you. I believe it's time to vote, so I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
This is Vice Chair Smith. I still have some time left.
Anything?
Vice Chair Smith, you have 2 minutes, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, or Pro Temp Speaker, Sinai, and the Navajo Nation Council. The amendment that we were speaking about is going back to the original intent, and I agree that there's a time frame that we need to get this funded. And the amendment that was presented at Twin Arrows, we voted real quick, and I wanted to say something, but didn't have the chance to say on behalf of that. So, Shinandada no Finigi, if we do pass this amendment, once it's been passed, there will be the veterans is we told them that there will be 50 million, and when you tell a veteran that, that's exactly what they remember, and that's what is really going to be hurting us. And we did erase all those projects that were in there. So I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
You have 1 minute, 6 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. Have a new player, Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor. Delegate Yellowhair, are you on the line?
Testing.
Delegate Yellowhair. Going once. Going twice. I don't have anybody else in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Oh, Madam Chair, Newman, you have the floor. Madam Chair?
Hello, can you hear me?
This is
I
Delegate
apologize,
Yellowhair.
I didn't
Yeah, you can hear you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, for giving me this opportunity to speak. So I just want to point out that that there have been statements made about the previous work session that we did have last week, but I want to remind everyone that we had previous work sessions altogether. I believe that there were 4 work sessions where we had the opportunity to speak, where we had the opportunity to ask questions as delegates. And every time I know that I asked questions, they were never answered. And in fact, I'm so glad that Delegate Halona and also Delegate Smith brought up the veterans, because the question that I had was per Exhibit F3 of 257-21, the expenditure plan laid out that there was going to be $50 million used to provide newly constructed homes to Navajo veterans who lack a permanent place to live in accordance with the approved program policies. My question was, how is that $50 million going to be split up? Is it going to be split up by delegate regions? Is it going to be split up by chapter? How is this going to be split up? What I was told was there's 1,400 potential applicants. Now I use the word potential because if you look at the application, it does state potential. Exhibit F3, Appendix A, C as in cat. It says the program currently has a waiting list of 1,400 potential applicants. If you read further on, it does state that the executive director will have the ultimate responsibility for this program, but will be aided by or delegate authority to the Veterans Housing Program staff currently being on board to operate the program under the supervision of the executive director. So I did pose that question and it was never answered. I will repeat. The question that I asked is, how are these houses for veterans going to be determined? Because during the Nez Lizer administration, not one house has been built for a veteran. And we know that permanent trust fund money, there is trust fund money in the account for these homes to be built. We have been asking, what is the problem? What can we do? There have been amendments made to the housing legislation. There have been amendments made to the Veteran Administration legislation, asking us to change things around to help so that these homes can be built. To date, no homes have been built. So when we're talking about veterans, one, I will say, let's not use our veterans as pawns. They're not pawns. Don't use the veterans as an example of how they would benefit from this money, because there's money available for our veterans right now, and not one house has been built under this administration. So the fact that we are potentially, or there's a possibility of them getting $50 million when we don't know which veterans are going to get housing, which veterans in which chapter is going to get housing, it makes it very hard to say we're just going to give $50 million to the executive director who doesn't listen to council, who has not listened to council, who hasn't listened to his oversight. And we want to give $50 million and say it's okay to give this money and give him the ultimate responsibility to determine which veterans are going to receive housing. I know that my veterans, the Northern Agency, I just met with them on Saturday. Delegate Crotty and I were at an event that they had sponsored on their own to recognize Vietnam veterans, and that was the question that came up: who is going to decide who is going to get a home? And when I told my veterans that Mr. Zwerlein will decide, many of them had an issue with that. So please, let's not use our veterans as pawns during this debate. I am against the amendment, and I think it is. I think it was really. It shouldn't have come up because we have already decided. There was a majority vote that was taken, and the fact that this is coming up just shows that the administration is now just picking at straws to try to save their plan, not the people's plan, their plan. As it was stated during the work session, this is President Naz's plan. NTUA said it, the directors said it, they said this was President Naz's plan. Now, what I would like to do is take it back to my community and ask my people, ask my community what they want, and whether this plan or these plans that President Naz chose for my community is the plan that they want to proceed forward with. So I just want to remind my colleagues of those previous work sessions and what was stated. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Okay. Chair Lashnat, Ani Pro Temp, Honorable Edison Winika, thank you very much. I would like to say thanks to the sponsor, Mr. Speaker Seth Beeman, the co-sponsor, Mark A. Freeland, and co-sponsor to Pernell Halona. Jay, I don't have a job on justification at on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Either of the original amendment 0257-21. I don't have a job on yet. I don't understand his chapter proposal that had used this. Because the person economic at the Kyoto Alia. One of the labor card OG. Near could edit home electric connections. There is money available, can be used for all 110 chapters. We can use it to benefit us. Auto DCD housing the same way, 40 million. Housing renovations, 10 million. Veterans, 15 million. Bathroom addition, 150 million. We could benefit all these money out of it. And let's not be complicated, the Hanet died a baby kid, so Yahanet line at no car. Hasnet died a councilman of Sini baby kid Kado Ya. The baby kid touched the Zaha, Pino the Hashani's car. Lay the baby Johnson, the baby Johnson, Nado, not his car or the Yahol ni hello. My in Ingi hello, the penny not in Sugo. إذا أخذت إيجو إنا هاتن تين دي budget إذا أخذنا نت دي budget كده اللي كي أبا هزنكو اللي تو budget هون هذا we could use this money original 2025/7/21 جنوبك هخليها دي كده بس شات بتخاطو جها نشيت وصفك there's no accountability then then Ebony Nashata Nahot Quay based on thought Zogi and even equal distribution there's no accountability. Ebony na Pajo Peso we must have accountability. Accountability because original budget proposal Oliaki a Bahonet a data veteran the Kadia veteran meeting in Heart Raad. I was with them for 3 hours. How went by Yashki Anot? So I don't need that of Ninito Edison. Can cost $15 million. It's even good enough to make plan 2 or 3 veterans and that this agency up thousand or Saturday Mrs. Neon Junico. It is all that all Nipeso. The Eva and Talk case about here is left. I started about here no Sunday. She could have on such cases, and I could deed not at the deal. So I wrote in a wheel none. Juno don't Niscot, Person on Nata, so didn't modify and doesn't. What other each had they speak? On the Ebony TV case of the Akujigi, a Sazzo. I wrote share $33 million KD IHF, Arch Person nothing that she told me for many meals. I share IHF. Please bring this money for the record. Which then not so sad at all. Nakata dos she didn't net in Nicolette Shnoya, but has seen it. What the also slation on Annie. Shagaba Yelki it and hey, let's move on with this project. The end of each almost for Scotty. Let's move this original 0257-21. Auto, don't get complicated, not Annie. I'd like to reserve my time. Pro Temp Chair, Honorable Wanika. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. You have 1 minute on your reserved time. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Testing.
Yati, Protect, Shewet, Protect Winika. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yati, Adot, Sinan, Tibesh Bansan in the Finido, so each and every one of you can have that cake. Ado, I did not under Kados in the net. Not Kadodi, Bahuin, and the year, it is just about all these yards and then we see the meat so other you can have that on I get a by Yale Kiko. I see the net, the Zinigi with the Elka, I saw not Zunigo. But other Yae, be quite a Yae, bear, not so, not Dotas, and not the Dotas. Bedot and Otli, Hatas and Otli. Around the Ibe, and Talk is in Inna, and not 8 or this in the yet. Don't add in that only that here. Alcohol. A job on Talk is a go. Is a herbit thousand of what the Yae, the Nebet and the hot Igi. Is a Hishi, the hot Yae, I did the 1,000. Even now, I could never best of the know how to squeeze conversion. The internet either by one target and down at other a yard the net deliver stuff with net. According he could a baseball something to get a Nahata is there are there a person details when the Yaki equal chapter officials and let go. I know that the acre 100 to hold the show. A decreased conversion, a local governments to be know how this. The net hold me behind the not only no, what I hold the show. DJ that Iba holds you short on 3 cases. Lekon, Apis Beda Hosen, and Nahot Ege. Nikido Doda Nikiba Hosen, and Nahot Ege. The Abahazin go, the original, the 257 Ilyagi, the next ego. Ya Equage, NTUA, Yagi, Yila, Hayila. So if you look at it really closely, the Navajo Nation government, the executive branch, what did they do? We heard it from Mr. House saying that so many times, several times, he was brought into Navajo Nation OPVP to bring his budget. What does he have for infrastructures? Is what they told us. So everything's just been done for us. Nobody went out there and asked the people and to analyze it and to do assessment saying that Khazan can't eat. Nobody did. Just dependent on this NTUA. This is what we heard from Mr. House. Even now, this is time to do our own job, to do it. I can have say that all these projects that are made by NTUA, system improvement, upgrades, for one example, Raptors. Go on a Raptor on a 3-phase line. What is it for? It's for protection of birds. It's all been put into this this protection of eaglets. So we've been charged with that. Is that part of our recovery? And then just to put in, these are $6 million that were charged to Dalcon, Tisto, and Indian Wells, is to upgrade 115 kV. We don't even have a 115 kV. It only ends in Burnside. There's nothing in between from Burnside to Bidahochi. There's only 69 kV in T. If you don't understand, this is really large.
Honorable Brigade. Time.
Hagashi.
Reserve his time.
I'm going to go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Attempt Speaker. The project that you're referring to that where Mr. Hess went to the OPVP. All those projects were included or not submitted by the chapters, as well as people that went to get these projects online for repairs, water, electricity. And so most of those projects have been vetted individually by NTUA. I have one project that I had requested for my chapter, for my community as well. And I know that they're coming out to do an investigation on it and give me some repair and maintenance ideas that what needs to happen there. And so I haven't got completely all the information yet, but I know that they do go out and vet the projects. All these projects that the OPVP that Hess did, of NTUA has done with Mr. Hess, they've all been vetted. They all have right-of-way issues that were taken care of. and the projects are ready to go. Some of those have assignments where they're contractors that have been assigned and given time to wait to get these projects started. They're just waiting for the amendment to pass, the legislation to pass, so we can start moving forward with these projects. And these are Navajo Nation-wide projects. They don't benefit one chapter. They benefit the whole Navajo Nation as a whole. And so this is what I'm arguing for, and what I'm talking about is trying to get this legislation passed as a whole for the Navajo Nation and to benefit the people. So, Temp Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, you have 1 minute and 6 seconds. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shania, for being the pro temp speaker today. Bishma-san. The amendment, I still stand with that amendment. And reason being, I stated earlier, is because we had all those projects ready to be utilized, and they were taken away from this amendment at Twin Arrows. And it does look like we're going to be project managers, which Navajo Nation Council will be accountable and responsible for if any funding is misappropriated or not utilized correctly. In 90 days is another time frame. I don't know if we're going to get all those projects in by 90 days. And if we don't, then it goes to Chapter 50/50, and they have 30 days. Okay, now initiative. About Ado. I don't think so. Stay down the other. I don't. And yeah, 0257. It happened without the source though. This is not a perfect legislation. Nothing's perfect. It's a working tool. Even that's you hit there. Hajla does need done so. Crochet, that one's this case in that. Actually, I want so bad this to here. Not so that out here. Okay.
Vice Chair Smith, your time's up.
Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you have 40 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. Shanata, excuse me, Pro Tem Chair. I asked a question: are we going to be project managers, and the liability factor, Shah? And then also, I'm still going to be out 4.3 million. Our 8 chapters going to be out 4.3 million because of 2 regional projects. And do our people in rural and remote areas matter as much as other areas of the Navajo Nation? Just something for us to consider as well. In this case, if this amendment were to pass, are we project managers and we're going to be held liable? And then what about if we're going to be I thought we were appropriators and not administrators. So just something else for us to consider, Shanta. Thank you. Pro Tem Chair, we'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Chief Legislative Counsel Dana, there was a question by Honorable Freeland asking what are we liable and are we going to be project managers? Appreciate it if you could respond to that.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Delegate Freeland. Delegates' responsibility under Amendment Number 2 is to select the projects that will be included for their delegate region. The delegate's responsibility will be to gather one, to identify the projects that don't in total exceed the amount allocated to that delegate. They will then go through, they'll work with the FRF office, and then they'll go through DOJ for an initial eligibility determination. That is the delegate's role after they're approved by council. And then it will be the various administrative oversight entities, the programs that are responsible for implementation, so that if the delegates do what is required in this amendment number 2, there shouldn't be no liability towards the delegates. What they're essentially doing is selecting the projects, ensuring that those projects are vetted. After that is done, there should not be any type of liability towards the delegates. As far as delegates being a project manager, that is certainly not the intention, and that's not the way the amendment was drafted. After they're approved, after the project lists are approved, then you will go into your normal execution. For example, if a delegate selects a water project, then certainly not the delegate that will be responsible for acting as the program manager. That responsibility will probably go, it'll depend on the project, but likely it would go to the Department of Water Resources. I hope that answers Delegate Freeland's question. If you have some real specifics, let me know. And I'm in my office today if anybody wants to stop by and talk with me. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that response. Delegate Freeland, does that suffice your concerns, your questions?
Pro Tem Chair, or Pro Tem Speaker, excuse me. Yeah, that's that. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Otto So, you have 57 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and motion to cease debate. See, we have an equal number. Thank you. Wait my time.
I'll second that motion. Delegate Ricknez.
Thank you, Honorable Otto So. You motion for cease debate. I'm going to go ahead and recognize that. We have 5 delegates speaking against the opposition, and then opposing the amendment, and 4 speaking on behalf of the amendment. But I have Jimmy Yellow here has 1 minute. Do you waive your time, Jimmy?
I'd like to reserve my time. I don't think the cease debate is gonna go. I'd like to reserve my time, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will go ahead and Delegate Aruso motion to cease debate. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Okay, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Is there for cease debate? Hello?
Delegate Begay, it is for the cease debate.
This for cease debate?
Yes, it's for the cease debate.
Commissioner, I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Kell votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. I'm sorry. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Pro Temp Chair.
With the vote of 19 in favor, 4 opposed, and pro temp speaker not voting.
Thank you. With that, motion to cease debate carries. Let's go to the board to vote on the proposed amendment.
Honorable Almer Begay,
Pro Tem Chair, can you maybe elaborate more on this amendment? Can we restate that?
Yes, Delegate Begay, the vote is for Alona's amendment. Amendment number 3.
I will read.
Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Keller votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
One votes red. Oh, green.
Honorable,
Sorry. Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino,
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes red. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes red via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green. Or correction, red. Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
I vote red. I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes red. Pro Temp Speaker, with a vote of 8 in favor, 15 opposed, Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you for your votes, delegates. With that, amendment number 3 fails with a vote of 8 in favor, 15 opposed. So let's go back to the main motion. Delegate Carsley, do you have the floor?
Thank you, Jay. I would like to offer an amendment to clarify the procedures for developing the delegate region expenditure plans. The main change is that there will be 5 additional days for the Department of Justice to complete the eligibility determinations. But those projects that have already been vetted and received affirmative eligibility determinations will not need to go through a subsequent round of vetting. So with that, I believe that Mr. Rico has emailed out this amendment. And, I forgot to mention, it also includes language to hopefully get some benefits from any investments that we would make into the NTOA system back to our people and back to the government. So I'll reserve my time and offer that motion. Thank you.
4 minutes and 20 seconds.
There are 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by Delegate
Daniel So.
Mr. Rico?
Mr. Rico?
Which one is it? Something like 8 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Amendment number 3, 1, amendment number 2 made on March 25th, 2022 as follows. At section 7, paragraph B, after exhibit I, insert new language, comma, through the adoption of delegate region project plans, end of new language. At paragraph D of section 7, after projects expenditure plan, there is new language on the next sentence after the, which is total cost of, end of new language. At the end of the paragraph D, after exhibit I, overstrike in total. Paragraph E, after delegate region projects, overstrike expenditure. At paragraph F, after delegate region projects, overstrike expenditure. After the words are not included in another, insert new language as follows: enacted. After expenditure plan, overstrike that has an approved eligibility determination, end of overstrike. Next sentence, existing language, delegates may also add region-specific funds to other new language, previous enacted, end of new language, and after expenditure plans overstrike that have an approved NNDOJ eligibility determination, end of overstrike. Existing language. In addition, delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ new language for an initial eligibility determination, end of new language. After Division of Community Development, insert new language. Although such projects will have to have a NNDOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council, end of new language. Overstrike the next language, the next sentence. Overstrike for an initial eligibility determination as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice in NDOJ prior to being included on the respective regional chapter project plan, end of overstrike. Paragraph G, all the projects selected by a overstrike each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a comprehensive delegate region project plan for overstrike their respective, and insert that, add an S, apostrophe S after delegate. New sentence after region. Underscore each delegate region project plan shall be subject, end of new language, to overstrike to be approved. Overstrike be approved, end of overstrike, new language approval, end of new language by Navajo Nation Council resolution, and overstrike enacted, and insert enactment, end of new language pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C10, 11, and 12. Paragraph H, after Division of Community Development, insert new language, underscore and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments. After delegate region projects, overstrike expenditure. After plans, insert new language, underscore including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A and Appendix B forms and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations, end of new language. Paragraph I, new language at the beginning, the NNFRF office, end of new language, overstrike and insert shall, or no, shall is already existing. Notwithstanding BFS-31-21, new language act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division, and end of new language. Overstrike the comma after submit. After the word each, insert new language, project included on the, end of new language. After respective, insert new language, delegate region projects, end of new language, overstrike expenditure. After CJY-41-21 period, insert new language as follows. Underscore NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS-31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determinations for delegate region projects. Paragraph 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination, provided that there is no proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or the amount of funding requested for the project, end of new language. Paragraph J, after the words list of projects, comma, include new language as follows, underscore, including applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations, End of new language. Subparagraph 1, after delegate region, include new language, including Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for each project. End of new language. Down to paragraph 2A, after the words not included in another, insert enacted. After expenditure plan, overstrike included in this legislation. End of overstrike. After eligibility determination, include new language as follows, including proposed FRF chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development, although such projects shall have to have an DOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation. End of new language. After council overstrike, the following, overstrike as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice in the DOJ prior to being included on the respective regional chapter projects plan. End of overstrike. New paragraph B, new language. A duly enacted chapter resolution approving the list of projects submitted under the 50-50 formula allocation shall be required. C, the NNFRF office, with the assistance of the Division of Community Development and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments, shall assist chapters in developing the respective project lists, including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. D, the NNFRF office shall, notwithstanding BFS-31-21, act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division and submit each project included on a chapter's list to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21. NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS-31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determinations for delegate region projects. Subparagraph 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination, provided that there is no proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or amount of funding requested for the project. End of new language. At paragraph E, after each project, insert new language underscore and the supporting end of underscore. After chapter resolution, add an S after resolutions. Paragraph K, at the beginning of the sentence, add all. Paragraph K1, overstrike H-4 and insert H- overstrike H-4 and insert I-2. Paragraph 5, after exhibit, overstrike H-5 and insert I-3. New paragraph 7, underscore, the Navajo Nation Council urges delegate region project expenditure plans to include and prioritize veteran housing and other projects that will benefit Navajo veterans. End of new language. Two, on page 9, line 30, insert the following new paragraph. New paragraph E, underscore, funding for broadband and telecommunication projects shall not be released to NTUA until NTUA has negotiated a 2NNC section 164B agreement with the NNFRF office with the assistance and concurrence of the Navajo Nation's Telecommunications Regulatory Commission office, covering terms of service, pricing, speeds, asset ownership, and revenue streams to the Navajo Nation. The terms of the agreement shall be concurred to by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and executed through the Navajo Nation Executive Review process. End of new language. 3, renumber letter succeeding paragraph, section, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Delegate Slater. Delegate Slater, you got the floor. Oh, excuse me, Delegate Slater. I need a second for that amendment. Oh, Daniel, so made the second. Delegate Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I didn't hear any questions. Again, I just want to reiterate that is there background noise? Okay, it's difficult speaking here in the chamber with the background echo, hearing a delay of your voice, but this amendment clarifies that the Department of Justice has 5 more days to complete the initial eligibility determinations. Then in addition to that, it clarifies some of the language, just again, emphasizing that if projects have already been cleared, then they don't need another eligibility determination. They can move forward into inclusion in the expenditure plans. And I would say nothing in this alters what we completed at NABI. So it really just makes some clarifying points. Thank you.
What about now? Okay. With that, Delegate says amendment number 3. Do you have any questions?
This is Vice Chair Smith.
Delegate Smith, you got the floor.
Could the sponsor of this amendment explain further into this? Then I'll have questions. I think he was waiting for that.
Delegate Slater.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I can only respond to a specific question.
Vice Chairman Smith, can you clarify your question?
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker Sinai and 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to see what he's talking about on Exhibit I, and being stuck to the computer here, don't have the hard copies, and trying to rely on the sponsor's amendment to kind of enlighten where we're talking about within the legislation on Exhibit I and what that's going to do with this legislation 0257. What is the actual intent? That's my question. I reserve my time.
Vice Chair Smith, you have 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Any other questions, delegates?
Pro Tem Speaker Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, you got the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you for this amendment. In regards to regional projects, actually I have 2 points, regional projects. I have 26.4 million worth of regional projects for 2 specific areas. I mentioned earlier that the 2 regional projects they're both water projects, and they're for 11 chapters, 8 of my own and 3 outside of my 8 regional. How will this amendment be beneficial to all 11 chapters if it passes? Number 2, in regards to the overall plan of how we're looking at, the 50-50 formula. I guess my question is to Dana or to our Chief Legislative Counsel. This amendment does state that we will comply or we will apply the 50-50 formula. With federal funds, do we have to apply the 50-50 formula? Is that law for regards to the appropriation of federal funds? And of course, if we do that, are we subject to audit again, federal audit? Those are my 2 questions. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you have 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Any other questions, delegates? If there's no other questions, I'm going to go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Chair Delegate Raymond Smith. So with respect to Exhibit I, that is the plan with the blue column and the green column that was distributed at NABI. And that is what identifies the allocations, wherein every delegate region will get $41.35 million. Some will have their allocations for the reimbursement and the defunded CARES Act minused out of that, so that everybody is receiving equity with this proposed amendment, or with this proposed legislation 25721. So that's Exhibit I. The intent of this amendment is really just to further clarify what NABI already passed, and it doesn't substantially alter anything. The biggest feature that I see is the additional 5 days for the Department of Justice to complete the initial eligibility determinations. Yep, Delegate Freeland, in terms of regional projects, that's where I guess we're talking about inter-regional between different delegate regions. And it's up to delegates to work together if they want to fund those sorts of regional projects. And delegates will have to work together in order to accomplish that. So I think that's an answer in terms of benefits. The benefit is that if chapters or you or your people have any differences from what's in 25721, you now would have the latitude to change that. You could also potentially do cost sharing with other delegate regions, and that might free up dollars within your district to pursue other purposes aside from what you've expressed as being good for your region. So I think those are some potential benefits to this amendment, or I would say to the way the legislation stands right now for your district. And then with the 50-50 formula, I'm not a lawyer. There's only one lawyer on the council. And I think, it is important for us to know the laws of the Navajo Nation and implications for auditing and all of that. There is, I don't think, any reason why let me take a step back. The Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel have both reviewed this amendment. They're the ones who made the recommendations for clarifying language, in addition to some language that I requested. And so if you believe that the amendment is out of order, I think that would contradict what the Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel have determined. But I'm happy to hand it over to Dana. The nation has a policy of using the 50-50 formula in some cases, and it's a custom, it's an established custom. And this is a way to sort of provide equity again within the allocations. In theory, each of us represent an equal number of constituents. And that is the way that the council is comprised right now. It's not comprised by just chapter representation. It's by the registered voters that represent all of those communities. So that's what this is trying to accomplish. Providing support to all of our people. We've done that through hardship. We've done that through infrastructure reimbursements under the first bill, CJY 4121. And I think we'll do that now with 25721. Ms. Bobroff, could you help answer?
Thank you very much, Delegate Slater and Delegate Freeland. The 50-50 distribution to chapters does not, under the Appropriations Act, etc., does not apply to federal funds. It's not a requirement for federal funds. It only applies in situations where, one, it is Navajo Nation funds that are being distributed to all chapters. And I should tell you the reference, it's 12 NNC 820 talks about the 50-50 formula. So the 50-50 formula applies as a matter of law to Navajo Nation funds. It also applies to situations where all chapters are receiving funds. And I want to emphasize all chapters. In this scenario, one, it's federal funds, so that 50-50 distribution is not required. And second, as I was just explaining, that provision applies to when a distribution is being made to all chapters. This is not a distribution that is being made to all chapters. This distribution only kicks in when a delegate has not submitted their project list to the FRF office within 90 days of enactment of the legislation. If the delegate has not made that submission to the FRF office, at that point in time, the funds for that delegate region will be distributed using the 50-50 formula to the chapters in that delegate region. So it does not apply to all chapters. It will just apply to the chapters in that particular delegate region. And the original question was, is this legal? Both Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel believes that it is legal under Navajo Nation law and legal under federal law to do that type of distribution. Thank you very much. I think that's all I can say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater and Dana. Delegates, do you have any more questions? If there's none, I'd like to go back to reserve time. Vice Chairman Smith, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, Nan Shinai for being this pro temp speaker and Navajo Nation Council, those that are listening in. And thank you for Tsutsui for this amendment. I'm trying to decipher exactly what's going on. My question is the 50-50 allocation. I'm trying to follow along. Number one says within 90 days, the legislation is enacted that the delegate should automatically be allocated to chapters in said delegate region using the 50-50 chapter formula. How does that work? Is that, I thought we were supposed to be initiating the 90 days council and being a project manager. And then if we can't be a project manager, then it goes to the 50-50 formula for the chapters. That's the question I have on that portion. And the other one is the additional 5 days. What's the purpose of the additional 5 working days according to the BFS 31-21? That's going to Navajo Department of Justice shall be allowed 5 additional working days. That's just adding more time to. What's the main purpose of that? I thought the whole legislation that the amendment was going to be in place, and we were going to vote on it as is. I reserve my time on that. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you have 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Dana, thank you, Dana, for that. I needed to hear that, and thank you for that clarification as well. It really puts a lot of good detailed information together. And, you know, we've been hearing a lot about 50-50 being applied to this federal funds. So thank you for that clarification. As well as Yaja, thank you. And going back to my previous discussion related to the previous amendment, I'm still out 4.3 million unless some of my colleagues are willing to help fund me $4.3 million worth of projects, electrical projects, especially in the very remote areas. Then I wouldn't have an issue. But I'm still out. Our 8 chapters are still out 4.3 million. And that's house wiring, that's housing, and that's electrical right there for me or for us. So I'm still losing 26.4 out to two regional water projects. It's not our fault that the BB&9 or the Cutter Lateral were put out there to benefit our area and the regional area and other chapters within our surrounding area. That's not our chapter's fault. Our chapter did their due diligence in going out and doing these assessments. So again, we talk about equity. And that's my issue is equity. If we're going to talk about equity, we all need to think about balancing it out somehow. And, you know, my chapters did their homework and we did meet twice on March 17th, as well as last Friday. And they still stand, you know, they told me to stand strong and my vote is still going to be red. And that's for my chapters because we went through these listings thoroughly and we're losing out. So I'll continue to stress that because it's not fair. The amendment calls for $5 million for Dene Chamber. You know, with all due respect, I respect our small business owners, entrepreneurs, but I have to choose between small business owners and giving water, electricity and bathrooms to our people. That's a really no-brainer at this time, unfortunately. I hate to say that, but you know, Our people are in real need right now. And ARPA was meant to give relief, basic relief to our people. And if we can give them water, if we can give them bathrooms, if we can give them electricity, then it's a win-win. We can come back and give $5 million to the Nate Chamber through UFB or through CEJAS and another time. But right now, our people are in need of basic infrastructure, basic water, electricity, and bathrooms. So with that, Shanta, I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, you have 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Okay, Speaker.
So, Honorable Ebniazi, you have the floor.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. Sir, members of the council and to the amendment, just one question. All the changeovers that we're doing with the amendment, how long is the take are being effect to kick in, whereas the main legislation, the staff and the CSCs and the chapters have already developed a plan working together, and they have a time frame where they can get started if we vote on the main legislation. So, but with the amendments that has been added on, what's the time frame that they're going to regroup, start all over again? And that's my question, Pro Temp Speaker, to the sponsor of the amendment. Speaker, sir, I do not want to reserve my time, Pro Temp Speaker. Championship game on tonight.
Thank you, Chairman Yazi. Key Ellen McGay, you got the floor.
You are unmuted.
Chairman Yatehnan, Pro Temp Speaker. Again, we will be debating endlessly, obviously. We all continue to stand our position. But I want to get clarification. When and where does it say that the council delegate will be a project manager? I think there's a lot of misinformation is being disseminated, being referenced just to continue confuse the process or the intent of the legislation and the amendment. I mean, one of my colleague defending funding that's going to be taken away. And then again, what about some of us delegates that don't have that much money? It's not me, but my region. You advocate and you continue to take a stand position in getting projects to your chapter communities. What about us delegates not even getting even 1% of the funding? And yes, to be determined, what's the guarantee? And Pro Temp Speaker, I did ask for a point of privilege earlier, and I haven't received anything specifically on these to be determined projects. What could give me specific listing for my region, how much they're getting with these to be determined? The Bakagi, we're talking about almost 600 million. Is what I'm standing on, because I don't want to support the original legislation, because some delegates are getting more, which is good for them. But what about a majority of us are not getting even less than 1% of the funding? Again, to me, you got to go across the board and look at it. And I believe that the amendment that we've made at Twin Arrow, the way it is, at least we're giving a certain amount of funding so that we're going to turn around and say that, yeah, we're going to replenish a lot of these money in working with our chapters to fund power line, water line, and veterans homes and other areas, broadband. Again, committee members or council, I've been lauding about no tower, cell tower in Low Mountain, in 257. It's not in there again. Now you tell me, broadband, there's almost 200 million worth of projects are being proposed, but not even one tower is being scheduled to be in Low Mountain chapter. There's a fiber optic, but that's not going to help the remainder of the community that wants to that utilizes the cell phone every single day. So we have all these arguments for each of our chapters. Yes, it's not done well just because for me, I wasn't I wasn't consulted or been asked, or even my chapters weren't asked of what projects should be included. All was done in Window Rock. So the way you're arguing about your chapters, don't look from our end as well. You're getting more money. What about my chapter? I mean, that's what I stand on. So with that, I'd like to continue to request for the point of privilege, pro temp speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Key Albigay. You have 1 minute, 17 seconds. We'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Shache. So I think we'll start with Delegate Smith asking for the additional 5 days, why that's needed. That was requested by, hey, whoever is up here and has their stuff way loud, can you please turn it down? I don't understand, Speaker, why we don't have this figured out. Sent you that OWL thing and ways to have a comprehensive telephonic system. Okay, Delegate Smith, the additional 5 days are requested by the Department of Justice, and that is so they can complete these eligibility determinations with the potential for hundreds or thousands of them to be submitted. They're requesting the extra time, and I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to oblige them with 5 extra days. Doesn't mean they'll use all of them. I from personal experience, having submitted or observed other delegates or other entities that have submitted for eligibility determinations, it seems like the turnaround's been a couple days. And while I respect the BFS, was it 3121, the legislation that the Budget and Finance Committee was authorized to pursue under CJY 4121, I really think we should owe them some more time, because this will ensure that the money's being allocated appropriately, spent appropriately, and it complies with federal law and federal regulations and Navajo Nation law and Navajo Nation regulations. So I'm going to stand by that. And then with respect to the 50-50 formula, that's only if delegates do not make an allocation do not develop an expenditure plan. So if a delegate is unable to do that, then this ensures that their chapters will still have an opportunity to obtain some funding. And again, it's custom to use 50-50 so that there's some equity between all chapters at least getting something, and then the ones that have larger populations and more needs equivalent to those populations or commensurate with those populations receive a little bit of additional funding. So that's not something that's going to replace the distributions right now. It's still the prerogative of the delegate and how they'll develop their expenditure plan, working with their citizens and working with their communities and working with their leadership and maybe the private sector too. So I hope that clarifies that. There's no de facto 50-50 formula. That's only if if the allocation or the expenditure plan is not put together by the delegate in the Office of Legislative Counsel. In addition to that, if you recall, when we caucused, I was asking everyone in the room there at Twin Arrows, what should we do in that situation? Do you want to remain silent? Do you want to have a certain timeline? Originally it was suggested 45 days. That was not from a delegate, that was from OLC. Then there was a suggestion for 120 days, 60 days. I walked through some different scenarios, and there was a consensus reached among those who were willing to participate in the conversation that 90 days made sense. And so the reason that 90-day timeline is in there for developing the expenditure plans is because of deliberations that took place at Navi. And I was doing my best to oblige and work with my colleagues and try and solicit support and input so that we could have a collaborative approach to this legislation and that everybody felt like their voice was heard. And that's why we settled on the 90 days. It was the consensus at Navi at the moment. So that's where that comes from. Then Delegate Freeland, I understand it'd be very helpful to see the numbers fleshed out, because when I go to the allocations in the attachment, I only get 14.7 million, or about 14.8 million. This is from March 1, 2020. And I don't think it accounts for everything else that you're describing. And I think that's because those projects were sort of regional in nature, connecting between multiple delegate regions. And so they weren't ascribed specifically to you. If you're able to forward maybe an email to the council that describes in detail all of the numbers you're giving, it would be very helpful, because it's just verbal right now. But I understand you're down 4.3 million with everything you'd like to accomplish. I just want to reiterate that this amendment that we passed at Navi and that we'd be reaffirming here allocates 41.354 million to every delegate. And the theory there is that we all represent equal needs, and those equal needs are by population, because we go off of the registered voters, and that's how we work out our system. I think we're really starting to get into dangerous territory now. We're just saying that my needs are more important than your needs, that my chapters did their work and your chapters are lazy. That definitely seems to be the insinuation. And I personally don't appreciate that. My chapters worked hard. They submitted within the timelines that were given to them. And sometimes those projects, I guess, none of them made sense to the president's office when they crafted this legislation with the speaker. And that's fine. But this is an opportunity for those of us who got the short end of the stick in the crafting of 257 to actually do some grassroots planning with our chapters and give them a fair shake at the funding. And I understand the predicament you're in with the underdevelopment within your district. Sympathetic to it. I think there's multiple funding avenues that have been explained to your district and Eastern Agency in particular. IHS has not denied the potential for funding some of the laterals. There's the Cutter lateral, that's one of the projects. Some other transmission projects, or contributing to them. That's funding that can still be pursued. I think, there's other potential federal funds that we could go after that will be coming through, I think DOI. In addition to that, there's funding indigenous to the nation through the CSN fund that could potentially be used. But in general, if there's going to be regional projects, then I think there's a way for delegates to work together and fund them if they're going to have a strong impact to their communities. And I think that if they're wise, then delegates will work together. But I just can't underscore enough that we've had a lot of informational sessions on this legislation. We never had an opportunity to sit down and put in projects. Some people did, and I think it's just fair to say, there's the handshake that went down, and that's what the TBD is. And there's many reasons why, a sponsor and the executive branch would want to pursue things that way in order to solicit support. And that's politics, but doesn't really seem to have been the smartest option in the end, because ultimately you disenfranchise most of the council. And if that's the case, then is that really the best legislation that was put forward before the people? Or was it the best legislation for a select few? So I am sympathetic, Delegate Freeland. Been to your chapters, I've been to your communities growing up and since I've returned home. And I think there's ways that we can find that 4.3 or you can work with some of your regional colleagues to get some funding there. So thank you. Moving on, excuse me. And I guess the last thing there is, I mean, equity is the 41.3 million per delegate region. I mean, this can be expressed in an equation, right? Either everyone gets the same amount or they don't. If they don't, there's 1 for 1. There isn't an infinite amount of dollars where we could plus up somebody and then also plus up somebody else. So there is a finite amount to all this, and that's what makes it difficult. And that's why these conversations are difficult. And I hope we can remain dispassionate and focus on the love we have for our people and not get caught up in who's getting more, who's getting less, if we're all going to be fundamentally getting the same amount of funding. The funding for the Diné Chamber, I think, is important. I would also like to see funding for Change Labs, but I think it's perhaps too late at this point. And some of us delegates could probably get together and fund their proposal once we get initial eligibility determination. Delegate Freeland, I think you have expressed time and time again that there is no economic plan for when the power plants closed and when the extraction projects, the power generation projects closed. What is our plan? I'd say the foremost entity planning for that on a Navajo nationwide scale is the Chamber. They focus not just on small businesses, but some of the medium and larger size businesses. They did their homework, they submitted a proposal, and I think this should help our economy. I can't guarantee it, but if we don't put any effort into trying to help our economy, then we're failing our people. We have an opportunity to set aside some economic development funding or small business assistance, and that's what this is. So I hope, based off your previous commitments to the Navajo Nation's economy, you would see the wisdom in funding the Chamber. There's a lot of good people there, and they're doing their best because they're Navajo business owners. It's probably the hardest job in the world, aside from being a doctor or a nurse right now, is just trying to keep your business afloat on Navajo. So thank you. Delegate Yazzie, you were asking about the time frame for the amendment. If the president signs it into law, then there'll be 90 days for delegates to develop expenditure plans. I think some delegates will be able to turn around and get those funded almost immediately. And that's because they agree with the project-specific allocations or their TBD allocations, or they've already submitted for eligibility determinations certain projects. Others have not used the almost, I guess, 3/4 or a year since we passed the legislation to pursue those eligibility determinations, and we'll have to submit them. But I have strong confidence in every single one of my colleagues that they will be able to work with their chapters, work with their people, and get some strong projects and programs pursued. Delegate Kian Begesh, it does not state anywhere that delegates are project managers. That's a misnomer. I think since the amendment passed, there's been a really concerted effort to delegitimize the amendment. And I don't know where that's coming from, aside from the press release that the president issued calling it discretionary funds. If the president believes that there'll be discretionary funds, it's going to be his name on all the projects, on the legislations, on the checks, if this legislation passes. In order for an expenditure plan to be enacted, it has to receive 16 votes of the council and be signed into law by the president. It has to have all of the eligibility determinations by the Department of Justice and the Office of Legislative Counsel. Has to have those stamps of approvals. I just don't know where this thought process is coming from. repeatedly reached out and tried to ask for a compromise for some sort of working solution. I know I've done that. I know other delegates have done it in private. And then in public, we did it at Nabi repeatedly. And I really want us to still work together between the legislative and executive branches. And this is the offer that we're providing to the executive branch. Because right now it's radio silence except for don't pursue discretionary funds. If we were pursuing discretionary funds, I'd be the one lying on the railroad tracks trying to make sure it doesn't happen. But I'm not an idiot. I know how to read legislation, and so do our people. And I'm happy to spend the next, I don't know how many weeks, explaining it over and over and over again, how that's not what this is. And using the cheap boogeyman of discretionary funds is not going to engender or build goodwill with the council. It's not going to build goodwill with the chapters who are pursuing these efforts and supporting them broadly, so that there is a fair shake at the funding, and that there might be some innovation and vision and purpose. This could be the most innovative law and allocation of funding ever passed by this council, ever. And we could all be a part of that, and the president could be a part of it. This is about restoring planning to the regions and to our local communities, and doing so with the assistance of a window rock that should be compassionate, open, and filled with the technical expertise to make that happen. But if we're shutting off Window Rock and its resources to our local communities, how is that expressing support for them? It makes no sense. So I agree with you, Delegate Kealan-Begay. Under the current legislation, your district gets $12 million, including the TBD. So there's several million there. That's not a hard commitment. In this legislation, your district gets 41.3 million, the same as everybody else. And you can do with that as your communities and your people see fit. You could plan some really innovative things. And colleagues, I just want to mention, as Delegate Kealan-Begay expressed about broadband, we were presented a $320 million package. The package would have invested in middle mile. It would have expanded the 2.5 gigahertz education broadband or broadcast spectrum to all the towers on Navajo. I think it would have provided hotspots to all of our students. It would have made really impactful investments into broadband on Navajo. It would have been the most innovative broadband investment in the entire nation, except for, I think, Kentucky or Tennessee. I think it was Kentucky. They just had the benefit of a few $1 billion more to play with a couple of years ago. We had the opportunity to invest in that, and none of us pushed for that to be included in this legislation, and none of the planning that was done as a part of that process was included in this legislation. The only thing that was included were the NTUA projects, which has a minor amount of overlap, probably statistically insignificant with what that broadband plan was. Let's be innovative. Let's try something new. I think a lot of us were elected to get rid of the old style of politics and try and do something better for our people. So thank you. Speaker Pro Tem concludes my comments and responses.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Okay. Elmer Begay, you got the floor. Elmer Begay, can you hear me? Honorable Begay. You have the floor. Honorable.
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay. We can hear you, Honorable McGay.
Okay, Pro Temp Speaker, other than the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for all the amendments here to the Delegate Saylor. I have a question now to DOJ and then also maybe to our Office of Legislative Counsel. We all know that regarding the ARPA fundings, there were some funds that are already appropriated or allocated for DOJ to hire some attorneys. So, as of today, how many attorneys are being hired? How long is the process on this side? So, I know that it was given $25 million for that. And that's one question. And then the other one is with CPMD, Division of Community Development, regarding that there's some fundings that were appropriated for them to hire some program manager for these. Are they? Can we quickly do a report to see how many people are being hired already to help us help the chapters? That'd be my question. Thank you, reserve my time here.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Is there anybody on the line from DOJ?
Good afternoon. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Go ahead. Can you respond to the question, please, to Delegate Begay?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and thank you for the question, Honorable Begay. With the funding that was allocated under CJY 4121 for Central Support Service Offices and Regulatory Offices, DOJ did receive approximately 25 million of that for a 5-year budget. And within that, we did budget for 6 new attorneys that would be working on FRF matters, as well as budgeting for existing attorneys that would be cost shared with FRF administrative funds and general funds. And to answer your specific question about, how many of the 6 attorneys have been hired, we haven't been able to hire any of the 6 new attorneys yet. We did submit our paperwork to establish the new positions with DPM, and I'm not sure where it is in the process with DPM at this point. I haven't personally been engaged in that effort. But I can say that my unit, the tax and finance unit of DOJ, has been very much involved, from the beginning in all of the FRF matters that have been going on, including that we've been responsible for doing the eligibility determinations. And so we're working very hard on that and intend to continue to work hard on that. In terms of, if the legislation is enacted as it was amended at NABI, and the funding moves forward for the delegate regional projects, there will be a lot of eligibility reviews to perform. And because of the 90-day limit, DOJ is going to receive most likely hundreds of reviews at a time. And that's why I asked for an additional few days to review. But just to be clear, under BFS 3121, DOJ has 5 days to review. And we have an average of a 4-day turnaround. So that is a good result. But we typically don't receive more than 10 requests for review per day. And so what we're envisioning for the delegate region project expenditure plans is that we could receive hundreds per day. And that was the reason for requesting additional time. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. The question was also to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana. Are you still on the line?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is Dana. I'm still on the line. I don't have anything to add to what the Department of Justice has said, other than I think Delegate Begay asked, how long is it taking to hire attorneys? I can't speak for DOJ, but at Legislative Council, it has taken us, our most recent hire, and I haven't even sent out the announcement yet, but our most recent hire took almost 7 months to get the position posted, get it reviewed by DPM, and to get a referral to our office. That took approximately 6 months. It then took us an additional, I think, a month to interview and process the paperwork to hire. So that's just additional info from Office of Legislative Counsel's experience. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Dana. Honorable Elmer Begay, do you have a follow-up?
Monica, another question is, so what about for, is there any additional personnel that are being hired with the Division of Community Development to assist the chapters, regional chapters or regional delegates that goes through? Do you have any plans for that? That'd be my question.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. We have Jimmy Yellowhair in the queue. Jimmy, you have the Honorable Yellowhair. You have the floor.
Okay, Yate, good afternoon. I have a very serious problem with this funding that we talk about it. Number one, as you all know, 50-50 formula is not good for us using this APRA funds. It doesn't meet our needs. The needs is supposed to be based on needs on each chapters. There's lacking documents on this. Each chapter should have a list from Division of Community Development, at least a plain worksheet by chapters or by agency. That's what we really needed. We're just talking in the dark. That's all we've been doing. Now, my brother Key Allen, he also needs some things that needs to be make sure that he have it on this APRA funds. Looks like we're just kind of like don't know what we're doing as a council. These worksheets are needs to based on a to verify to make sure that all our needs or chapters are all needed based on needs 100%. We don't even have it in our hand. Then we can see how much money is still available. Like I said, at 20 Arrow, we need to take care of just a cell tower, broadband, put it on one PO, blanket PO, maybe put it on 5 agencies. We like to see something like that. We don't even have one. We like to see it so they can process from Division of Community Development on to the controller. So we like to see these blanket PO by 5 agencies. I don't see anything like this in this particular proposal. Then we don't have one. On Slater, we don't even have one for accountability. Then, like I said, do you ever heard sheet somewhere? You're told to take care of the sheet, to make sure there's no coyote take out with your sheet. We bring it back, hold your sheet back in the evening or in the afternoon. This is my analogy. This is my concern on this money. We need to put our stuff on neat. We need to do it immediately. Work with Dr. Yellowman. Bring this forth on the worksheet. That's what I need. I like to save reserve my time. Pro Temp Chair. Yeah.
Honorable Yellowhead, you have 2 minutes and 28 seconds. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so.
Edison, I'm still here. So.
Pardon me? Honorable Daniel So, you have the floor.
Hello. Yate.
Oh, Yate.
There you go. Oh, you know somebody's listening. Although it's other hand, I don't know if you're talking to somebody or not.
Honorable,
So, yeah.
Eugene So.
So.
Honorable.
Okay.
Honorable Chairman So is before you. Okay. Okay. Honorable Daniel So, are you on the line?
Oh, yeah, lots of
Oh.
Off, but I'm back on the phone. And I shouldn't all the nation or the areas in the kids on the Kagi. 24th Navajo Nation Council special session in India. The whole in that same stuff. About the on Kagi. The amendment. Okay, the Hagi AOA, the see message. But yet, the other thing is, throughout this legislation, we're not taking the work away from DCD. We want the chapters to work with the delegates to get these projects vetted as per the process that is already established. Out of 8 chapters and many projects submitted, only 3 are funded. Out of the other concerns, TBD, that's the part I'm really concerned about. Out of the other part, 5.8 million is what the 8 chapters would be getting from the $1 billion. And so for me, that doesn't go well. I see that's what key. And how do we get to the middle ground? Because and this is a question to, okay, we amend this legislation
and we take it to a final vote, and we don't get 16 votes. Ms. Dana Bobroff, if we only get 15 votes, what happens to legislation 0257-21? That would be my question. And then I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman So. You have 2 minutes in your reserved time. Honorable Eugene So, you got the floor.
Ashan, I Alan, Russian, the Shido Hall, Argo, he called I will see you say, or ask of I will see you. The caution on just never did our weeks, don't on a word that on it. They quite hard, the Shan. I can eat and had not forget that in ski. You should shut the elevated on streets of Patnas. Project at the shovel ready, that's just no. You know, such a hot dog, the things you know, big at the yeah. Ready to go. So I'm just waiting for a vote. Take it across. When I got that shit. Oh, it's I think that's the session. Control that on the top of your car door, at least they call FRF, so I was that door, so the OT, the door, the eligibility review. They've been nothing that on the city quite up in the house. On so Corona seasons, Hansa, chain dog comes on seasons, I think, oh, such a project by that, then she mine's all ready to go. We're ready, we're control but now it's tight and we're in order. So after this thing signed, take it over, as president signs it, we're going with it. But yeah, they have street of this 4 years later, they won't in Daggy. But what out of the non Canadian of the Ben Canadian Cardi, they share, but even that's the con. So by in front, all set the share all this council delegate almost in the honest, it out of those in the car. So they wanted in all this. The last of that, not I'm pretty sure you know more about it than this. But how I read this thing, how because it's needed out of them songs. They don't change it, so I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds, your reserved time. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to the sponsor.
Thank you very much. So I believe that Delegate Elmer Bouguet's questions were answered, and Speaker, I would request that we, I don't know if I can, maybe at the end of this meeting, we could issue a directive to the Division of Community Development in the ARPA office to provide an update on the hiring process. At Twin Arrows, I reached out to DCD and DPM and the ARPA office to get an understanding of where they're at. And I think there were some encouraging developments in their plans to do job fairs and hire people, and then also pursuing project management and A&E contracts to assist delegates and get these projects moving. But I'm not sure all that stuff will be done by the time we need to pass the legislation for our expenditure plans. And I don't want to speak for DCD or DPM or the ARPA office, but we created a legislation last summer Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me? Is the background noise gone now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Delegate Slater.
Okay, Delegate Crotty here in the chamber told me that there was a bunch of background noise. Okay. So Speaker, I'm Speaker Pro Tem and Speaker Damon, I'm gonna request that I think after we take care of this legislation. Delegate Yellowhair, I don't fully understand the comments or the questions, but I guess with respect to documents, I've never received more documents in my life than what's been provided to us on projects, the Division of Community Development, the ARPA office, and the core team, starting, I think it was this past fall. It may have been in the summer too. No, it was this past fall. They started delivering listings to all of the delegates on what was submitted through the portal. And when they did data calls, they've also explained the data they've received on the bathroom additions and housing information. I just think, we need to be careful with what we say, because there has been information provided on what our chapter submitted for eligibility determinations and for consideration in this legislation. With respect to project listings or the documents or a sheet or something like that, I don't exactly know what you're asking for, and so I'm going to ask for maybe clarification when it goes back around. All of the project specific listings are listed in the original legislation of 25721, and they've been pre-cleared. So those would be your Department of Water Resources and the NTUA projects. So those are listed out. They've been provided to us, I don't know, maybe a dozen times at this point. I'm looking at yours right now, and it totals up to $14.047 million. So in the legislation as it stands right now, even with the TB determined projects included in there, you're going to receive $14 million for your district, not you. Your district will receive that. In the amendment, your district would receive $41.3 million. I understand concerns about, moving projects along or being able to work with your chapters or things like that, but just mathematically, you will receive more funding with the amendment that was passed, and with hopefully an affirmative vote on this amendment to clarify what was passed. And I really think that our relatives up on Black Mesa in your district will benefit from this amendment. Your delegate region will receive more funding. And I know you have strong relationships with your chapters, and you'll be able to put that funding to work. And so I believe in your leadership, Delegate Yellowhair, and I know you'll be able to put it to work with your communities. So thank you for your consideration, and I hope we get a green vote there. Moving on, Delegate Daniel So Shania. That question was for Ms. Bobroff, so I'm going to wrap up my comments and then I'll hand it over to her. But thank you for your support for this amendment and this endeavor. Delegate Eugene So, I'm happy that you've been working with your chapter. You're one lucky man to only have one set of leadership to work with. If that's something you care about, I love all my chapters, and we had a really good meeting this past week to start planning out our expenditure plan. And I think we might want to collaborate. And so don't pass yours yet if this passes. There's some projects we might want to work on together on broadband and other things. So thank you. Ms. Bobroff, can you please answer Delegate So's question relating to what happens if we don't get 16 votes? But before that, colleagues, I just want to let you know on the last vote, which was to replace the amendment that was passed at Twin Arrows, that failed with 15 votes. So theoretically, we have 15 people who support this legislation, including the speaker. And this is his legislation. So, we're one vote away from making this a reality for our people, providing equity, restoring community and regional planning, and being truly innovative, not just giving all of the money into either one utility or one program or one project, but being deliberative and trying to be inclusive in a way that wasn't presented as an opportunity after the BFS 3121 was passed. So I really think we're almost there. And I just ask those colleagues that are holdouts to think about, is your red vote more important than, doing the most innovative, progressive allocation of resources in the nation's history? Ms. Bobroff, can you please respond to Delegate Daniel So?
Thank you. This is Ms. Bobroff. The question from Chairman So was, what happens if this legislation does not get 16 votes? We're at council. If this legislation does not get 16 votes, which is required for its passage, if it does not get 16 votes, then the legislation fails. It is deleted from council's agenda. New legislation will have to be dropped to allocate this funding. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, does that conclude your response to the questions?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Wanika. Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. Vice Chairman Smith, you have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, Pro Temp Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, you have 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Thank you, Shanta, other colleagues. I do appreciate the response from Jayesh, and I have to say, Jayesh, I do disagree with some of the statements that you did make, respectfully, because bigger chapters have different needs than those in very remote areas, and those who are in remote areas are the ones that are struggling right now. And the majority of this ARPA was supposed to be going to funding those very remote instances with basic infrastructure needs. And I did support the legislation. Yes, I'm a co-sponsor, but after all these amendments were made, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. And we could have worked with Honorable Crotty's amendment, but after the second amendment was made, it just wiped out everything from us. So I have to stand with that. And like I said, I met with my chapters and I got my orders from my chapters, and all the projects that it's hurting, 4.6 million is taken away. We're losing out big time. And not to say that my chapters are better than others, but my chapters did their due diligence. They did their work. And, I appreciate that. We appreciate that because they went out and did assessments. The officials, the staff, and the PEP workers went out and did that. I'm not comparing my to other chapters. I'm just letting you know that they did do that. So thank you.
Honorable Key Ellen McGee, you got 1 minute, 17 seconds. Honorable Key Ellen McGee.
Chairman, I guess I was muted. I reserve my time.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 3 minutes and 20. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Elmer Begay, you didn't reserve your time. I'll go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. You have 2 minutes, 25 seconds.
I'd like to reserve my time, Pro Temp Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, you have 2 minutes.
I'd like to the Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Edison Wanika, the colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There's a lot of talk about we're going to be delaying projects.
as you heard, this, if we don't get 16 votes, then the legislation dies. And then the new legislation will have to be introduced. So in that aspect, that part where people are saying we're losing time, this is one place where it's very apparent. Again, I had one chapter submit 12 proposals, 0 funding. So it's not equitable the way it was vetted in the original. So that's the reason I'm standing steadfast to vote green on the amended legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, you have 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
I concept so really quick condition Nishimiani so the quick condition but Sada will on the Kushi Peter Tahan is the Ikada on it Hans and Zado. All the Pantis Kiss Harita. I don't council delegate. I thought too much for that the understand change the Nisadan so over. But the queer is necessary. I saw that with other kids in the car. On to the shingle, the say I'm ready to vote. Thank you. It's a time I'll give it to Freeland.
2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Honorable Freeland, you have
2 minutes and 3 seconds.
2 minutes and 3 seconds from Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In regards to the 50-50 formula, I'm glad that was answered by Ms. Barbaroff. And I as a delegate of 8 chapters, 7 of 8 are remote. Those are the people I'm thinking of. Those are the people that are needing the most help at this time in the very remote areas. It costs more to run electrical and water lines out to those remote homes, the scattered homes. Those are the people we should be thinking of right now. And not to compare mine again, not to compare my 8 chapters to others, but overall across the Navajo Nation. How many of our people are without electricity, running water, and bathrooms? Just those 3 components right now. How many of our people are without that luxury that we take for granted every night? During COVID, that was an eye-opener for me as a delegate. I got to see how our people's living conditions are. Dilapidated homes, sheetrock falling off the ceilings, no insulation or black mold within their homes. To have to live like that, that's not right. That's not right, especially if they're elderlies. We have that. We have that in existence that exists today within our Navajo Nation. To see our elders, especially our elders, have to haul water. It's heartbreaking. And I want to just mention that because the most remote rural areas are the ones we should be really thinking of. I'm lucky I live in Crown Point, but that's a different thing. Thank you.
Don't have anybody else in the queue. There was no questions, there was just statements that were made. So I will go back to reserve time. Vice Chairman Smith, 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and the 24th Salvation Council, and those that are listening on board. This amendment that we're discussing right now, I heard earlier through DOJ saying that there's going to be a lot of vetting going on, and that's going to take considerable time, and we don't have the resources, the manpower, for each 110 chapters to be submitting all these. That's why I'm standing firm with the original legislation, because they're already vetted. And of course, we can always amend the legislation 0257, but the way this is going, it's going to be bombarding DOJ and trying to get the 90 days and the 50 days. And I don't agree with the 50-50 formula, because this is federal dollars. If it was general fund, yeah, we'd do the 50-50. So those are the things that I'm concerned about. And the question is, how are we going to make this workable? Because right now, it seems like it may fail with 15 votes and other votes that are not going to support this, because we know that it's not a plan to move forward. So thank you, Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Key LMBK, you got 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Chairman, reserve my time.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, you got 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Muted.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, going once. Going twice. Navajo Nation Council, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I have one reserved time. Key LMBK, you have 1 minute and 17 seconds. Honorable Key LMBK.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, again, we just need to move forward with the legislation. Obviously, there's no solution in compromising, and there's no offer by the whoever proposed the budget. Rural part of the nation Haninigi chapters. Again, the takeaway. What about those in the original legislation that none was proposed? So if that was the consideration, why wasn't my chapters or my region being considered, that they're part of the rural part of the community, but yet the majority of the water line, power line, veterans home, and everything else? The original one, Nikki. But I believe the amendment and this modification, Ziggy, will clarify and get more funding to the chapter. So with that, Pro Temp Speaker, vote green on the amendment and vote green on the legislation to reserve my time.
Honorable Begay, you have 14 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Are you back on the line?
Oh, I'm back on the line. I was going to press on my chapters.
You have 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
I would like to say about maybe a few seconds. I'd like to just to make sure that us 24 councilmen to make sure all our projects are being be used for ARPA funds, just like my brother say, Mr. Honorable Mark Freeland and KLBK Selenito. I'd like to reserve my time to make sure everything is all accounted for. All our proposal needs to be accounted. If anything left out, it shouldn't be let go. I'll reserve my time.
56.
Honorable Yellow Hair, you got 1 minute and 56 seconds. I don't have anybody else on the queue, so I'm gonna go back to the sponsor.
Thank you very much. I think in general, there weren't any questions asked per se, but I do want to clarify a couple points. And that is, if delegates are concerned about getting projects that are already cleared, funded, and moving forward as quickly as possible, the best thing that they can do is vote for this amendment in this legislation. I don't know how to explain it the other way, but you've seen the numbers between the 9 and the 15, I think, is that what it was? Or whatever it was, something in 15. There aren't enough votes to move forward 257 unamended. And thus far, for those who want to keep it unamended, there have been no proposals to compromise or work with the delegates who are dissatisfied with 257. Those 15 represent nearly a supermajority of the Navajo people on the council. They're one vote away. I think the responsible thing as a leader is to bring forward concepts and ideas so that we can negotiate, compromise. We're not all going to get what we want. But again, if there's a deviation from what everyone's going to get, the 41.3, I'll just go back to my chapters. And you have nothing for water projects. Absolutely nothing. $0. I don't know how to explain to other delegates that my people matter too. I just don't know how to explain that. Why doesn't central agency matter? Delegate Kiel and Begay, $0 for water projects. Delegate Crotty, $0 for water projects. Somebody decided that your people matter more than our people. And that's what you're fighting for right now. And I respect the delegates who are trying to ensure that they get a maximum allocation for their people. But the rest of the nation matters too. It's my goal with my expenditure plan that we do some community wells for those who have to travel 20, 30 miles to get water. Those up on the Mesa and Round Rock, those down in Black Rock, those up on the Mesa and Rock Point, those on the north side in Rough Rock. They deserve access to clean water, and they're going to get funded with the SDS, but that's probably not going to be for another 4 or 5 years before they might see, in a best case scenario, water flowing through their faucets. And if 257 goes through, then every single person who votes green for that is saying, forget those people. Forget those people, I'm sure in Low Mountain and elsewhere in Delegate Kiel and Begay's district, that are not going to get any support for running water. if we want to play this game and say that my officials did this and my community did that, and therefore they deserve it over other people on Navajo, then I'm going to do the same thing because my people matter. Delegate Begay's people matter. The rest of the people who are not getting any water projects funded in 25721, they matter. Both under the pandemic and without the pandemic. They deserve a fair shake at this funding. If you want to get projects moving that are already in 257, the best way to do that is to vote for this legislation. You don't have to go back for another eligibility determination. You just have to package it into an expenditure plan and get it moving with the Office of Legislative Counsel. So with respect to Shachey Delegate Smith, I think under 257, your district gets $10.4 million. With 257 as amended, you get $41 million for your people. I think that's a compelling reason by itself, the additional $31 million. And I hope that that $31 million for the people in your district is on your mind as you vote for this legislation and this amendment, because I think that it will benefit them. The projects that are pre-cleared, that $10 million right there, that's already ready to go. And then you just have to work on allocating the remaining $30 million for what I'm sure are a lot of needs within your district. And again, I believe in your leadership and your ability to work with your chapters, and I think that you'll find a way to use that remaining $30 million. Delegate Yellowhair, I don't think you had any questions, but I would just like to reiterate that for your district, you're going to receive more funding with this amendment than if you vote for 257 as is. If you vote for it as is, I think it's about maybe $5 million. I need to go back and check again for your district. If you vote for this amendment, sorry, 14 million. If you vote for this amendment, it's $41 million, of which you'll be able to allocate 39. And I think that that is a compelling reason, again, 25 more million than what you would get under the legislation unamended. That's $25 more million to spend on important priorities within your district. So I sincerely ask for your affirmative consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Up there. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I guess if they have to start over all again, we can have to start over again. We already wasted a year practically. And maybe we can get it right this time if we just keep the authority here in this building instead of having to go across and let somebody else try to do the job for us. And, you know, I still believe in what I started with. We began was to continue with 257 as is without the amendments. And I really resent the fact that, you know, trying to throw numbers in front of other delegates to change their votes. It seems like, you know, trying to buy the votes from them to get their legislation passed, the amendments passed. And, you know, I just don't believe in that. Because we don't really have all the IHS projects are not added into this legislation. And there are a lot of projects out there for water projects and different things that the IHS has already lined up and ready to go. I think we need to give that some consideration. With that, I'll if the delegate Raymond Smith wants to have some time to rebuttal and some, I'll pass the rest of my time to Raymond Smith. Thank you.
Delegate Vice Chair Smith, you have 3 minutes and 35 seconds from Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Shenandoah. Pro Temp Speaker, Honorable Halona, and Satsui for this amendment. In all respect, it does sound nice and dandy to have all that money, but there's that big accountability. That accountability is laid upon each one of us delegates, and you know exactly what has happened with the past, but I'm not going there. This amendment here, prior amendment too, is unequal, I see, with the Eastern and portions of the Navajo Nation. And if it does fail, we can go back to the drawing board and make it work correctly. We can do it where it is for the people, by the people. There was a lot of projects that were submitted by the chapters, and the chapters were saying, where are they? What happened to them? And those chapters that we represent individually are scratching their head saying, well, we were told to submit them, and apparently we don't see them on there. And the water projects, yes, there's zeros on the water projects, but that's all taken care of by IHS. Those were explained at the council. That's why you see zeros. I've only got 500,000, and I asked that question. They said, well, all the other water projects that you have has been funded through Indian Health Service. Praise the Lord on that. And I told my chapters that. They were wondering how come I was only getting 500. Explained to them. And thank you that Rosalind So is going to be up in IHS to help us to move these projects, these water projects. And there's going to be movement, at least through IHS, to get these water projects. So it's not like we're eliminating all water projects. We've still got water projects that can be vetted that are non-IHS, that are non-SDS, which means sanitation deficiency systems. So I still stand with the 257. It's not perfect. It's not one size fits all, but at least it's a working tool. I said that earlier. We can always amend legislation. Man's laws always can be amended. The only laws that cannot be amended are the ones that are set in stone, that are known as the 10 Commandments. So, I know we're going to come close to ending this discussion on Amendment 1 or Amendment 3, and then we'll be going into the main motion. So we all have our views on what we have seen and what we have heard, and our representatives from our chapters and our constituents, and explain to them. And it's always good to explain to them and understand the gist of it. And being part of the council here, that's what we are, legislators. We're lawmakers. And we appropriate funds, we appropriate laws.
Vice Chair, time.
Gushing, for letting me speak. Thank you again. God bless you all.
Honorable Paul Begay, you got the floor.
Let's go ahead, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Delegate Wanika, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Very good discussion that I think these discussions have gone way, way too far, too long. Over a year, I was going to ask for a clarification on the water and wastewater, zero. I guess I did hear the same message also as Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith when we were told at Twin Arrows that zero nas liki AAIHS pedati. I don't peso budget that is according to a peso nature, Qualiata, Adohat, and Hajopia, Baham Yat peso less. I'll let you see the Nepa 8 Ajo is with now Yat peso less. IHS Black is Lahat Ningo. I don't peso budgeted Ningo. What are you best? Peso then la hat Ningi is the best either. Akodani, you dago a hole, just I don't. One arrow to be has seen lesson learned hat Ningo. What ego, Becha had a seat, the ARPA fund, Ochadit, on it. He's all that deal, Nielsen, the Naya between the Hui now. I don't care if I could get down hand that it's kicks out that deal, Niso Bell, not that deal. Becha that on the study, no Becha had a seat, the in the dark what ego, Bill must be the Nanika. It don't matter if this legislation passes or if it doesn't pass. We're still going to end up having to do rework again. Hashin Zago, Nadol Chis. The Kabanashis, the Benahit, so Gibanina, Amen Eliagi. Now say it again, don't he? Beso attended. Beso then on I see turned on it and he didn't add in the Adolf is what else has on the Washington Ashon. Nahajos by Beson Nature Quilla. Beson Nature Quilliagi, Tikaben that is the legislation, a large aliagi, original legislation. Put our ben that is. Ado she should be so that change or such a debt on Latin. Ado the Nenugo. That is not attend the peso. At the Shashil Sogoshi peso again, nature Koliagi, Ben Bill Nishni hit the Nay and Dornish. Lati in Hepa. Kana and the Bashas under Yadati had named the Abba, the Hada at the Hada Nebuchadnezzar in the Hui, none hidden Nebuchadnezzar in the Hui. Kingsley a peso, but Hodornish. Kingsley in the Dornish. I don't let that in there, no, partners and liberals under that one. We are in construction season right now. On Cocodat Obasan Hilla. So the Athena Panita. Hashinza, what was just now not castle. Now they see that Atiban $18. I did a construction band that is the Hego. Chananas Castle. At the Ebonets, now hold Jews. ADD at once, I had cases so. It was that deal, the center, James, or isn't strong, though. Ashinza, Shinha, Nada, I am getting nervous. Then already in the meantime, Haja Hadishbana. Let it not da, Hatia, not da, Tishoba. Obasan here, Ishban dog, Joe down Yada, Ishban, and Glenby. Incapable, the Hodat, ego, than then Yada. So has studied all later, Lahat, 11 years, but I yet Nestatan Hishna. What are Nanhan for that case or that? Whatever has seen all later. Protem chairs, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable McKay. Honorable Chairman Ricky Ness, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker Wanika. Honorable Carl Slater, really appreciate your effort in bringing this amendment to leadership. I don't see it as 1 year of wasted time. We wasted time that the NATO 1 year of learning. If your voice is taken as valuable, that's why you're elected. Even but if I 1 year is legal, then that means you presented some valuable solutions. What have been 1 year, been a hard cargo, open just also. So, we all had a voice in this. We're talking about a lot of money here, and it has to be done right, and that's why it's taking us this long. We'll go back to the drawing board. We'll get it done. We're going to get it done either way. I do support the amendment, and I do support the legislation. I need equity that the NATO do what the shisha peso then she give what I did. No, I stand even after all the money is gone, expended, people have water and electricity, we're still going to have people without water and electricity. That's the reality. We cannot solve all the problems across the nation with this $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. Let's get it done. Let's get our votes in. Thank you. I'd like to reserve my time.
Thank you.
Did anybody hear me?
Yes. You have 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. I don't have anybody else in the queue, and I think the state, I didn't hear any questions. That were mostly statements. So I'm going to go back to reserve time. Key Almbeke, you have 14 seconds. Key Almbeke.
You are unmuted.
Chairman, somebody keeps muting me. Point of privilege. Before Delegate Nez.
Okay, what's your point of privilege?
Point of privilege, Chairman. I did send an email. Pro Temp Speaker, point of privilege. Some of our chapters has IHS waterline projects, but IHS determines that they are not feasible for construction. Reason some of us are asking for funding for those projects ID as not feasible. The SDS list request for the update list from the IHS because my colleague is saying that some of these funding are going to the if we got zero, it's in the IHS Niniki. It's not an accurate information. Again, they're trying to maneuver to make it sound everything's being paid for. It's not. even power line that if you're more than 3-4 miles, it's not feasible. Even a broadband, it's not feasible because you have a low population down here. No, but Low Mountain is really trying to ask for the broadband. But nonetheless, my point of privilege is that the water line, a lot of them are not feasible down here. So the funding that we're asking for is we're trying to see if our Navajo people will be able to get water through the other appropriate fundings that we're asking for. So I give my point of privilege from IHS, or maybe they can clarify as well. So there's a lot of misleading information being presented by the opposing delegates.
Thank you, Delegate Keon McGee. I don't know if there's anybody on the line from IXS. I don't think there's anyone on the line from IXS. Jimmy Yellowhair, you got 1 minute, 56 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair.
Hello, and good afternoon, Pro Temp Chair. I have the same situation, just like my brother said, Honorable KLBK. IHS is very stubborn. They can't even move the project. They told me there's money there. I don't know if they can do the job. I just told my people in Black Mesa, we have the money up there. I don't know if we really do, but I asked for the documents. I haven't received the documents through it. Councilman Quacky, based on standard for some of IHS. The end is pas not need honest though. Could you put for nothing that's done? IHS, everything not for some stands to other than the pesos in this. I don't never not a wish. I don't also your team on this Black message. Yeah, IHS needs to really move on with these projects. It's on 5 to 8 years harsh than not all this about me. Tony Gay, but it could change many water line project. I could over have stayed on the share, could over you peso. IHS needs to come forth. Otherwise, give it to somebody else. Let somebody else do the job instead IHS or NECA. Thank you. My closing remarks with that one. Thank you, Pro Temp.
Hakushi, Honorable Yellowhair. Chairman Ricky Nez, you have 2 minutes, 13 seconds.
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, I'll waive my time. Thank you very much. Let's vote.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Nez. Key Al McGay, you have 14 seconds.
Pro Temp Speaker, again, I stand on my point of privilege. Vote green on the amendment, the third amendment, and vote on the main legislation. On behalf of our Navajo people.
We don't have anybody else in the queue. Don't have anybody else reserve time. So are we ready to vote? Mr. Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Okay, good. Thank you for the recognition and the time allocation here this afternoon in our special session. Chair Pro Tem, Speaker Pro Tem, although Speaker Damon, the sponsor for the legislation, Honorable
legislator sponsor for the amendment here. Additional 24th Navajo Nation Council colleagues, adon kidnado taisagi, edo yat edo kwete ya kitawilna. The chapters bana shaki sa de bahatisti. Adi hot endiniki hot long teko. Adin kitchen and the edition. Adina Bande Quagido, Carson, the local leaders for Quagido di Banson, Kiso Dido, Eight and Kidatisha, Idodati, and recommendations are not so that again, time is critical as we are telling each other here over and over. Time is important, time is of the essence, time is critical. I think it's also worth mentioning that the part about chapters, some chapters don't have rocky terrain. Some chapters don't have the low population density. And then some chapters do. Some chapters have these rocky terrain. In the past, I have spoken and I have advocated for some of my communities that are situated in mountainous areas. Therefore, the terrain there is rocky, and it is costly to develop or construct infrastructure in those areas, power lines and water lines. I think it's always necessary to mention that when we're talking about equity, you're talking about the playing field being level. Well, the reality is that it's not the case. So the chapters in my area may have to spend more on the things that I've listed here today. Although as of yesterday, Speaker's office had made efforts to get together with my chapters and chapters out in Western Agency. But that meeting to give us a briefing, some orientation, some better understanding of the regional chapters and the funding share. Even though Speaker staff had made every effort to organize a call, we remain out in Western Agency, and in my legislative district, chapters remain with questions on this. But although only because of the original 257-21, the original legislation, when it was first made public, look at the numbers there, the numbers for regional chapters, the expenditure plan for the regional chapters. Again, although what we know now, there are two very different things. But echo how it got from, those numbers from the outset to what the numbers are today. The amendments again when they were introduced, and it seems like that's probably the better route to go. I'm leaning towards voting green on 257 with the amendments. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for the time. Yeah.
Speaker Pro Tem, put me in the queue, also.
Honorable Aruso, you got the floor.
Yeah. Tonight, maybe there's there's a trick question in the original form of legislation 257, trying to figure out where the other dollars are going to be put at. Maybe there's some in small writing that says that they're going to release the monies out to the chapters or get projects out there. The monies are going to stay in Winter Rock. I come from a region where the land has had issues pertaining to the Navajo Hopi land dispute. My colleagues that support the original form of 257, this legislation will expend dollars in the former Bennett Freeze and the NPL area, meaning that we have more resources. Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we need money, we need money, we need money. This is the time that you could utilize these dollars to try to enhance those livelihoods of those individuals that were impacted by the Navajo Hopi land dispute. And then also in general in Western Agency, this legislation as amended enhances Western Navajo. We all want our fair share. Maybe you can say on the record to say that you don't want a fair share. We'll just go with whatever's decided for us. This is an opportunity to get monies out to Western Navajo. Indian House Service. I don't know if you guys were listening to Rosalind So. The monies were appropriated, but they're not. They haven't decided what projects are going to be funded in the SDS. So I'm trying to figure out what projects were funded, but according to what Rosalind So indicated, that monies have been appropriated, but has not been subjected to divvying up for the SDS project. All of those SDS projects are subjected to federal policies. They have to meet that 4 homes per mile. If you have a water line that has 20 miles of water line and you only have 5 homes, that water line project will not get funded. This is the better legislation as amended. This is the better work. Maybe I'm in the left field, in the flower field, but I see this as a political agenda. I'd rather have some sort of funding go out to our regionals. Like Kodoshin and Western Navajo benefits additional $45 million. If you guys are okay to stay with 11.8 million or 6.7 million in Daniel's area, you know, that's your discretion. But I'd rather fight for the higher number for our constituents in Western Navajo. Oh, what's up, This is not something that is a political propaganda. This is actually getting money out there. This is a chance that we can allow these appropriations to happen to the local level, and the local level will be a part of the decision making. Oh, what's up, I really hope that the Bennett Freeze community is really listening, and the MPL communities. This is a chance to get money out to you, especially out in Sanders. This is a chance to get money out to you. that those citizens that are impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act.
Honorable Sue, time.
Also, yeah.
We don't have anybody else in the queue and no reserved time. Are we ready to vote, delegates?
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Kudo, Pro Tem Speaker, Kudo, Delegate Wanika, Ja, Kudo, Adonana, Kudo, or in Sao, or this, Nagata, Nesmar, Gira, Kansas, Adokage, Sissy now to you, this Aquado. Zurako, Shitotri, Zurahit, Egita. Akutona Gaita. Arohit, no yat, Aronana Koto, Ahati, Cloud, Ecuador, Arosinati, the Washer. Let's have respect, Yakodo, in this council, in this session, Kodo. Aronan Sazni, or in the Delgine. Allah behet Nisha Kodo. Adonana atok mi se kwedo es honne jot eta ota ide distra kwedo ko sein hatten kwedo masita ben no hage in hatten sen ho o ide ai kwedo da sitis ai kwedo Adonana kwedo ben shagi se zanto ya den da igi pe ko iban se kif ibe kwedo es adole ko assistant la to ine to khayda basulada the never says the never na shagi even nasigo how I'm going to vote, that's totally up to me, for my people, for the people. So what Ecuador it hunts for the hospital less so Ecuador na great aya in a to nana Ecuador at this time I'm going to make a motion for this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I will go ahead and accept your motion.
I second the motion.
For cease debate, because there's 6 that vote that went against the amendment and 6 for it. And then there's 3 that then say one or the other. So based on that, I'll go ahead and accept that motion for cease debate by Honorable Daniels. Do I have a second? Eugene So. Motions for a second. Mix the second for the motion to cease debate. There's no debate on motion to cease debate, so let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
You are unmuted.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green to cease debate. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
With that, motion to cease debate passes with a vote of 20 in favor and 3 opposed. With that, let's go to amendment number 3. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Gale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino votes green via text. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Clark is Shehu.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you, delegates, for your vote. With a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, because this amendment, and 8 opposed, because this amendment requires with this amendment, with a majority vote, it passes. So let's go back to the main motion. Chairman Jamie Hinu, you have the floor. Jamie Hinu, are you on the line? Honorable Delegate Jamie Hinu. Going once. Going twice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Speaker Pro Tem, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Coalition Journey. Just a question I have: if this amendment should pass, or this legislation should pass with the amendments, what are the question I have for legal counsel is auditing, meaning that is there a threshold for auditing? Let's say under CARES Act, it used to be $750,000, and whoever received that is subject to the single audit. With this amendment and legislation, who would be the subject of the audit? Would it be the delegate region area representative, which would be us, or would it be the entity that receives the funds? For example, like I'm looking at Alamo Water Development, and the entity that would be receiving the funds, because they've already done their application and went through the process, is Alamo Navajo School Board. So which entity would be the responsible for answering for the single audit? Reserve my time.
37.
Thank you, Honorable Jamie Hinu. You have 3 minutes, 37 seconds. Chief Legislative Counsel Dana, can you respond to Chairman Hinu's question?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Chair Henya. I'm going to give you a short answer and then make the recommendation that Mel Rodas at DOJ talk about it a bit more. But the entity that gets audited is the entity who receives the funding and is responsible for implementing the project in what Delegate Hino just asked about. In that situation, it would be the school board that got audited, if I have all the details correct. But as I said, I think it would be worthwhile to have Mr. Rodas from DOJ expound a little further. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Rodas, are you on the line from DOJ?
Good afternoon. This is Mel Rodas. I'm on the line.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good afternoon, honorable delegates. And thank you for the question, Chair Henio. First of all, I guess I just wanted to point out that there are two types of audits that could occur. There's the single audit, which the central government will be subject to as a funding recipient. And then the single audit will also apply to subrecipients that expend 750,000 or more of federal funding per year. So the other is a Treasury OIG audit. And that is not tied to a specific expenditure amount or funding amount. So I think that it's safe to predict or assume that because of the amount of funding that the Navajo Nation is getting overall, Treasury OIG will be in tune to what the Navajo Nation is doing with its funds. And so they'll be looking to make sure that all of our expenditures are eligible expenditures and that we're complying with reporting requirements and so forth. So if a subrecipient of the Navajo Nation expends funds in a way that's ineligible or somehow funding is subject to fraud, waste, or abuse, then the nation would be responsible for that, and the nation would have to answer to Treasury. So those are the two types of audit. The single audit that would be performed by an external auditor, and then an audit that could be performed by the Treasury Department, Office of the Inspector General. Thank you, and I hope that clarifies the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Godis. Chairman Hinu, you have 3 minutes and 37 seconds. I don't know if you have a follow-up.
Not for now. I reserve my time.
Any other question, delegates? Honorable Alona, you have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Pro Tem Speaker, I thought I gave my time to Raymond Smith. Okay, on the amendment. I reserve my time right now.
You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Any other questions, delegates? Almost later, you have 4:20.
I'll motion to cease debate. Reserve my time.
You have 4:17. Motion to cease debate. We have 3 delegates speaking on the main motion. We had a long discussion with the amendments that we had. I think the delegates would have had special concerns and questions during those deliberation on those amendments. So with that, I think we had ample time to discuss this particular legislation. So with that, I'll go ahead and accept the motion to cease debate. I need a second.
Can you? I'll second the motion.
Motion by Chairman Jamie Hinier. With that, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did.
Kiel votes green. I can't get him muted.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Tenasba Crotty.
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Keenan-Bacardi. I'll vote green. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. If this is cease to debate, I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Tenasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Speaker Pro Tem, what are we voting on? Cease debate or main motion?
Cease debate, Honorable Daniels.
I vote green. Cease debate.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green to cease debate.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Will vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Tam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green for cease debate.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
What is shit?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 19 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. 20 in favor, 3 opposed, Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
With a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed to cease debate. I'd like to go to the main motion with that vote and ask Mr. Rico to do second reading before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Council. You have 3 amendments. Amendment number 1 on page 1, line 12, delete $1,166,003,000 and insert $979,003,000. 2 on page 1, line 17, delete overstrike hardship assistance after project end and insert facilities, safety and decontamination projects. 3 on page 5, line 24, amend paragraph P and add paragraph O as follows. Paragraph P, the Navajo Nation Council and Office of President and Vice President concur that based on their respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people, Overstrike, and Navajo communities, end of Overstrike, to first enact Overstrike comprehensive and insert a Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund _ new language hardship assistance, end of new language expenditure plans, period. New language to the end that the Navajo Nation Council adopted resolution number CD-62-21, providing $557 million hardship assistance for Navajo members to mitigate the financial devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The president agreed with the council and signed CD-62-21 into law on January 4th, 2022. End of new language. Overstrike next language for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance in total amount of $1,166,300,000 as set forth in Exhibit C through H, which are incorporated herein. End of Overstrike. New paragraph O, _ the Navajo Nation Council and Office of President, Vice President also concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and the Navajo communities to next enact comprehensive Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, and bathroom addition projects in total amount of $959,003,000 as set forth in Exhibit C through G, which are incorporated herein. End of new language. 4 on page 5, line 29, delete $1,166,000 and insert $979,003,000. 5 on page 5, line 29, after project and insert facilities, safety assurance, and decontamination projects. End of the language. 6 on page 12, line 23, delete section 8 as follows. Overstrike section 8, approval of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund hardship assistance expenditure plan. Paragraph 8, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund hardship assistance expenditure plan set forth in Exhibit H. B, Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF hardship assistance expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in a total amount of $200 million and allocates the funding as follows. Subparagraph 1, $207 million to the Office of Controller for Household Assistance, cash transfers, expenditure eligibility category 2.3 as set forth in Exhibit H, and with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and legislative oversight by the Budget and Finance Committee. End of Overstrike. 7, page 16, line 21, delete reallocated and insert allocated. 8, page 12, line 23, insert new section as follows. Section 8, _ section 8, approval of facility safety assurance contamination expenditure plan. Paragraph 8, Nomination hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan as set forth in Exhibits H through H1B. The nomination hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan for the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund in total amount of $20 million and allocates the funding as follows. One, $20 million to the Navajo Facility Maintenance Department for Public Health, Prevention in congregate settings and mitigation categories 1.3 as set forth in Exhibit H1 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. End of new language. 9, add Exhibits H through H1. Amendment number 2. 1, page 1912, delete $1,166,003,000 and insert $1,070,298,867. 2, page 1, line 15, overstrike broadband and insert an emergency communications. 3, on page 1, line 16, delete water and wastewater projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom additions projects, and insert judicial branch projects, public health projects, the Net Chamber of Commerce projects, and regional chapter projects. End of new language. 4, delete following from amendment number 1. Overstrike section 8, approval of facility safety and decontamination expenditure plan. Paragraph A and B are overstrike from amendment number 1. 5, page 2, lines 20 through 22, delete November 19, 2021, and insert March 24, 2022. Delete 38,742 and insert 52,860. Delete 1,518 and insert 1,660. 6, on page 3, line 30, at the treasuries, insert February 28, 2022. 7, page 4, line 21. Overstrike CJY-41-21 also adopted an expenditure authorization and approval process for the allocation of funds from the NNFRF. End of overstrike. And insert the following new paragraphs. On page 4, line 28, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph L, in addition to establishing the NNFRS CJY-41-21, also allocated $244,216,451 to fund defunded CARES projects and to reimburse the citizen fund and unreserved undesignated fund balance. Fiscal recovery fund eligible projects with an $81,869,317 of that total amount funding delegate specific projects. CJY-41-21 also adopted an expenditure authorization and approval process for the allocation of funds from the NNFRF. See Exhibit XX. 9, end of 9, page 5, line 14, delete Navajo people and insert regional and agency leadership. 5, on page 5, 4, paragraph P as follows. Paragraph P. The Navajo Nation Council Office of President and Vice President concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people, overstrike, and Navajo communities, end of overstrike, to first enact, insert A, overstrike comprehensive, overstrike A, Navajo Nation Recovery Hardship at a overstrike S at the end of plans. New language underscore to that end, the Navajo Nation Council adopted resolution number CD-62-21 providing $557 million in hardship assistance for Navajo members to mitigate the financial devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The president agreed with the council and signed CD-62-21 into law on January 4th, 2022. CD-62-21 is incorporated herein by reference. End of new language. Overstrike for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance in total amount of $1,166,003,000 as set forth in Exhibit C through H are end of overstrike. 11, on page 6, line 2, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph Q. The Navajo Nation Council and the Office of President and Vice President also concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities to next enact comprehensive Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund expenditure plans for water and wastewater projects, broadband and emergency communication projects, home electricity connection projects, judicial branch projects, public health projects, the Chamber of Commerce projects, and regional chapter projects in the total amount of $1,070,198,867 as set forth in Exhibit C. End of new language. 12, new Exhibit C. 13, delete page 6, line through page 8, line 10. 14, amend page 8, line 11 through page 9, line 30 as follows. Section overstrike 4 and insert 3, approval of overstrike broadband and insert emergency communications. Communications, end of new language, projects, expenditure plans. Paragraph A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund overstrike broadband and insert emergency communications. Projects, expenditure plan as set forth in Exhibit E and D1 through D2. B, paragraph B, Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF overstrike broadband and insert underscore emergency communication end of underscore projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of new language $63 million. Overstrike $208 million. New language underscore as set forth in Exhibit D, comma, end of underscore, and allocates the funding as follows. Overstrike paragraph 1, $31,042,042 to the Navajo Tribal Utility Broadband Projects expenditure eligibility category 5.16 as set forth in Exhibit D-1 as with administrative oversight by the General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource Development Committee. Overstrike paragraph 2, $68,147,358 to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for broadband middle mile projects expenditure eligibility category 5.17 as set forth in Exhibit D-2 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource and Development Committees. Overstrike paragraph 3, $25 million to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for broadband grants to various not including NTUA projects expenditure category 5.16 as set forth in Exhibit D-3 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource Development Committee. Overstrike paragraph 4, $20 million to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for broadband grants to various carriers, not including UA projects, expenditure eligibility category 5.17 as set forth in Exhibit D-4 with administrative oversight by Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, Human Services and Resource Development Committees. Overstrike 5, insert new paragraph 1. That will be the $55 million to the Division of Public Safety. Overstrike authority for overstrike broadband and insert new language underscore emergency communication end of underscore project. Overstrike expenditure eligibility category 1.12 end of overstrike as set forth in the exhibits. Overstrike D-5 and insert 1 with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President, joint legislative oversight by the Law and Order and Resource and Development Committees. Overstrike paragraph 6 and insert new paragraph 2. Existing language, $8 million to the Department of Information Technology for overstrike broadband, cybersecurity projects, overstrike expenditure eligibility category 1.12, end of overstrike as set forth in exhibit overstrike overstrike D change D-2 to D-2 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource and Development Committees. Overstrike all of paragraph C, the eligibility criteria for broadband last mile grants and various carriers, not including NT-Way projects. Expenditure eligibility category 15.16 is included in Exhibit D-3. The eligibility criteria for broadband grants and various carriers, not including NT-Way expenditure eligibility category 5.17 is included in Exhibit D-4, end of overstrike. New paragraph C, the Navajo Nation FRF office shall provide funding of no less than $1,125,000 to implement broadband projects from the CJY-41-21 Central Support and Regulatory Services funding provided to the executive branch. The responsibilities and authorities of the funding to the FRF office set forth herein shall automatically transfer to the Navajo Broadband Department or office when such department or office is established. New paragraph E, existing language requirement in CJY-41-21 section 3F to establish the contingency reserve for NNFRF overstrike broadband and insert new language emergency communication, end of new language, overstrike construction, end of overstrike project shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. 16, delete existing exhibits D and D1 through D6 and insert new exhibits D and D-1 and D-2. 17, delete page 10, line 1 through page 12, line 22. 18 on page 12, line 23, insert new section as follows. New section 6, approval, underscore language, section 6, approval of judicial branch expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Judicial Branch Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibits E and E1. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Judicial Branch Expenditure Plan for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in a total amount of $27,164,527 as allocated in Exhibits E-1 with administrative oversight by the Judicial Branch Administration and legislative oversight by the Law and Order Committee. Paragraph C, the requirement in CJY-41-21 Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF public health construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. Section 7, approval of public health expenditure plan. Paragraph 8, Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Public Health Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibits F and F1, F5. Paragraph B, Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFR Public Health Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in total amount of $64,487,500 as allocated as follows. 1, $19,243,750 to the Daltex Navajo Department of Health as set forth in Exhibits F-1 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 2, $1 million to the Special Diabetes Program, Navajo Department of Health as set forth in Exhibit F-2 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 3, $4 million to the Department of Behavioral Health Services as set forth in Exhibits F-3 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 4, $15,243,750 to the Department of Behavioral Health Services as set forth in Exhibit F-4 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Paragraph 5, $5 million to the Department of Health Services as set forth in Exhibits F-5 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Paragraph C, the requirement in CJY-41-21 Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF public health construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. Section 8, approval of the Net Chamber of Commerce Expenditure Plan. Paragraph 8, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, the Net Chamber of Commerce Expenditure Plan, set forth in Exhibits G and G1. Paragraph B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF, the Net Chamber of Commerce Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $5 million as set forth in Exhibits G-1 with administrative oversight by Division of Economic Development and legislative oversight by the Research and Development Committee. End of new language. 19, insert new Exhibits E and E1, F and F1 through F5, G and G1. 20 on page 12, line 23, insert new section as follows. New section 9, approval of regional chapter project expenditure plan. Paragraph 8, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund regional chapter projects expenditure plan set forth herein in Exhibit H. B, Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF regional chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $910,646,840 be allocated for delegate regions as set forth in Exhibit H-1. Paragraph C, for purpose of the NNFRF delegate region shall mean all the Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified, non-LGA certified, and townships represented by a Navajo Nation Council delegate. D, each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects in their delegate region to be funded through the NNFRF regional chapter projects plan. The projects selected by each delegate shall not exceed their delegate region distribution set forth in Exhibit H-1 in total. Paragraph E, the project selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region projects expenditure plan for their respective delegate region and approved by the Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A-17 and 2 NNC Section 1005, C, 10, 11, and 12. Paragraph F, delegates may select projects for their delegate region expenditure plan from the list of projects attached as Exhibit H-2 that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another expenditure plan that has an approved eligibility determination. Delegates may also add region-specific funds to other project or expenditure plans that have an approved NNDOJ eligibility determination. In addition, delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ, including proposed FRF chapter projects submitted to Division of Community Development for an initial eligibility determination as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice NNDOJ prior to being included on the respective regional chapter projects plan. G, all the projects selected by the Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a comprehensive delegate region project plan for their respective delegate region to be approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A-17 and 2 NNC Section 1005, C, 10, 11, and 12. Paragraph H, the NNFRF office with the assistance of the Division of Community Development shall assist each delegate in developing the respective delegate region projects expenditure plans and shall, notwithstanding BFS-31-21, submit each respective expenditure plan to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21. Paragraph I, each delegate shall submit a comprehensive list of projects for the respective delegate region totaling no more than their delegate region allocation set forth in Exhibit H-1 to the NNFRF office within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. Subparagraph 1, if the NNFRF office has not received a comprehensive list of projects for a delegate region within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted, the total allocation for that delegate region shall automatically be allocated to the chapters in said delegate region using the 50-50 chapter distribution formula. Subparagraph A, the NNFRF office will notify each chapter in writing that they have received a 50-50 allocation and the amount of the allocation. Subparagraph 2, each chapter receiving a 50-50 allocation shall submit a list of projects equal to their 50-50 allocation to the NNFRF office within 30 days of receiving written notice of the allocation. Subparagraph A, chapters may select projects from the list of projects attached as Exhibit H-3 that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another expenditure plan included in this legislation. In addition, chapters may select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination, as long as such projects have received initial eligibility determination prior to being included in the respective regional chapter projects plan. B, a duly enacted chapter resolution approving the list of projects submitted under the 50/50 formula allocation shall be required. Subparagraph C, once the NNFRF office has received a 50/50 formula project list, including chapter resolution from each chapter in a delegate region, the NNFRF office shall compile all such project lists into the delegate region projects plan to be approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. Paragraph J, delegate region project plans shall be subject to the following requirements and restrictions. 1, delegate region projects shall fall under one of the allowable U.S. Treasury expenditure eligibility categories set forth in Exhibit H-4. 2, each delegate region project shall be subject to CJY-41-21's NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. 3, each delegate region project shall identify its administrative oversight entity and its oversight committee. 4, each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement projects, expenditure eligibility category 6.1, provision of government services, and 6.2, non-federal match for other federal programs. The Office of the Controller may issue guidance that increases this amount in the next fiscal year. 5, delegate region projects shall not include sanitation deficiency services, SDS, included on the Indian Health Service 2022 SDS list attached as Exhibit H-5 or on any prior year Indian Health Service SDS list. 6, all delegate region projects shall be sufficiently developed such that funding for the project can be encumbered by December 31st, 2021 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026, and shall be sufficiently developed such that a construction contract can be executed by December 31st, 2024 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026. Generally requires NEPA, ROW, and design work to be sufficiently advanced such that these pre-construction tasks can be completed in time to execute construction contract by December 31st, 2024. Paragraph K, the requirement in CJY-41-21 Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF regional chapter projects, construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17, 2 NNC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. End of new language. 21, insert new exhibits H and H1 through H5. 22, on page 3, line 25, before Navajo Nation, insert new language _ after approval pursuant to 2 NNC 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12, end of new language. 23, page 15, line 3, after plan, insert new language _ as long as such projects or services share the same expenditure eligibility category, end of new language. 24, amend page 16, lines 11 through 18 as follows. Paragraph A, overstrike section 4 of CJY-41-21 also mandates that until the third quarter of 2024, NNFRF expenditure plans for direct financial assistance to enrolled Navajo Nation members, not including business economic relief or similar programs, shall be limited to 10% of the total fiscal recovery funds received by the Navajo Nation. End of overstrike. After the second quarter of 2024, overstrike unallocated or end of overstrike unexpended NNFRF funds can be allocated new language _ to any other NNFRF expenditure plan or end of new language for direct financial assistance to enroll members through resolution of the Navajo Nation Council and approval of the president pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A and 2 NNC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. Overstrike paragraph B, all Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds that have not been allocated to a NNFRF expenditure plan through a Navajo Nation Council resolution enacted pursuant to CJY-41-21 by the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2024 may be reallocated to the NNFRF hardship assistance expenditure plan through Navajo Nation Council resolution enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. Overstrike paragraph C, the allocation of unallocated NNFRF funds to the NNFRF hardship assistance expenditure plan shall require a separate or revised expenditure plan be submitted to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice for ineligibility determination. End of overstrike. Amendment number 3. 1, amendment number 2 made on March 25th, 2022 as follows. Section 9, approval of regional chapter project expenditure plan. Paragraph A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Regional Chapter Project Expenditure Plan set forth herein in Exhibit I. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Regional Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $910,646,840,000. $910,646,840. New word _2, end of new word, be allocated for delegate regions. Insert a comma as set forth in Exhibit I. New language, comma, through the adoption of delegate region project plans. End of new language. C, the purposes of the NNFRF delegate region shall mean all the Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified, non-LGA certified, and townships represented by the Navajo Nation Council delegate. D, each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects for their delegate region to be funded through the NNFRF regional chapter projects expenditure plan. The new language total cost of end of new language projects selected by each delegate shall not exceed their delegate region distribution set forth in Exhibit I. Overstrike in total. Paragraph E, the project selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region projects overstrike expenditure, end of overstrike plan for their respective delegate region and approved by the Navajo Nation Council. Resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. Paragraph F, delegates may select projects for their delegate region projects, overstrike expenditure, end of overstrike plan from the list of projects attached as Exhibit I-1 that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another new language enacted end of new language expenditure plan. Overstrike that has an approved eligibility determination, end of overstrike. Delegates may also add region specific funds to other new language previously enacted end of new language project or expenditure plans. Overstrike that. Overstrike that have an approved NNDOJ eligibility determination, end of overstrike. In addition, delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ new language for an initial eligibility determination, end of new language, including proposed FRF project chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development. New language, although such projects will have to have a NNDOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council, end of new language. Overstrike for an initial eligibility determination as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, NNDOJ, prior to being included on the respective regional chapter project plan, end of overstrike. Paragraph G, all the projects selected by _A overstrike each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a comprehensive delegate region project plan for overstrike their respective and insert that delegate, add apostrophe S, region. New language, each delegate region project plan shall be subject to language to overstrike be approved and insert approval by the Navajo Nation Council resolution and oversight enacted and insert enactment pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005 C10, 11, and 12. Paragraph H, the NNFRF office with the assistance of the Division of Community Development, new language _ and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments, comma, end of new language, shall assist each council delegate in developing their respective delegate region projects, overstrike expenditure, end of overstrike plans, new language _ including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A and Appendix B forms and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations, end of new language. Paragraph I, new language, the NNFRF office, end of new language, overstrike and end of overstrike shall, notwithstanding BFS-31-21, comma, new language _ act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division and end of new language, submit, overstrike, comma, each new language project included on the end of new language respective, insert new language _ delegate region projects, end of new language, overstrike expenditure, end of overstrike plan to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21, period. New language _ NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS-31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determination for delegate region projects. 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination, provided that there is no proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or the amount of funding requested for the project. End of new language. Paragraph J, each delegate shall submit a comprehensive list of projects, comma, new language _ including applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determination, end of new language, for the respective delegate region, totaling no more than the delegate region allocation set forth in Exhibit I to the NNFRF within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. Subparagraph 1, if the NNFRF office has not received a comprehensive list of projects for a delegate region, comma, new language _ including Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for each project, end of new language, within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted, the total allocation for that delegate region shall automatically be allocated to the chapters in said delegate region using the F5050 chapter distribution formula. Subparagraph A, the NNFRF office will notify each chapter in writing that they have received a 50/50 allocation and the total amount of the allocation. 2, each chapter receiving a 50/50 allocation shall submit a list of projects equal to their 50/50 allocation to the NNFRF office within 30 days of receiving written notification of the allocation. Subparagraph A, chapters may select projects from the list of projects attached as Exhibit I-1 that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another new language _ enacted end of new language expenditure plan, overstrike included in this legislation, end of overstrike. In addition, chapters may select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination, comma, new language _ including proposed FRF chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development, although such projects shall have to have a NNDOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation and the New Language Council. Overstrike, as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, NNDOJ, prior to being included on the respective regional chapter projects plan, end of overstrike. Subparagraph B, new language, a duly enacted chapter resolution approving the list of projects submitted under the 50/50 formula allocation shall be required. C, the NNFRF office with the assistance of Division of Community Development and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments shall assist chapters in developing their respective project lists, including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. Subparagraph D, the NNFRF office, notwithstanding BFS 31-21 act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division and submit each project included on the chapters list to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21. NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS 31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determinations for delegate region projects. Subparagraph 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination, provided that there is no proposed change in the project scope of work eligibility category and or the amount of funding requested for the project. End of new language. Paragraph E, once the NNFRF office have received a 50-50 formula project list, including NNDOJ initial eligibility determination for each project, new language underscore and the supporting end of new language chapter resolution, insert an S after resolutions from each chapter in a chapter region, the NNFRF office shall compile all such project lists into a delegate region project plan to be approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17, 2 NNC section 1005 1005 C10, 11, and 12. Paragraph K, new language, all end of new language delegate region project plan shall be submitted subject to the following requirements and restrictions. 1, delegate region projects shall fall under one of the allowable U.S. Treasury expenditure eligibility categories set forth in Exhibit Overstrike H-4 and insert I-2. 2, each delegate region project shall be subject to CJY-41-21's NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. 3, each delegate region project shall identify its administrative oversight entity and its oversight committee. 4, each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement project expenditure eligibility category 6.1 provision of government services, 6.2 non-federal match for other federal programs. The Office of the Controller may issue guidance that increases this amount in the next fiscal year. 5, delegate region projects shall not include sanitation deficiency system services, SDS, included in the Indian Health Service 2022 SDS list attached as exhibit Overstrike H-5 and insert I-3 or any prior year Indian Health Service SDS list. 6, all delegate region projects shall be sufficiently developed such that funding for the project can be encumbered by December 31st, 2024 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026 and shall be sufficiently developed such that a construction contract can be executed by December 31st, 2024 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026. Generally requires NEPA, ROW, and design work to be sufficiently advanced such that these pre-construction tasks can be completed in time to execute construction contract by December 31st, 2024. Paragraph 7, the new language underscore the Navajo Nation Council urges delegate region project expenditure plans to include and prioritize veteran housing and other projects that will benefit Navajo veterans. End of new language. Paragraph L, the requirement of CJY-41-21 section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF regional chapter project construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C10, 11, and 12. 2, on page 9, line 30, insert the following new paragraph. New paragraph E, funding for broadband and telecommunication projects shall not be released to NTUA until NTUA has negotiated a 2 NNC section 164B agreement with the NNFRF office with the assistance and concurrence of the Navajo Nation's Telecommunications Regulatory Commission office covering terms of service, pricing, speeds, asset ownership, and revenue streams to the Navajo Nation. The terms of the agreement shall be concurred by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and executed through the Navajo Nation Executive Review Process. End of new language. 3, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraph or sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, delegates, we have a motion by Honorable Vince James and second by Ricky Ness on the main motion. So with that, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Pro Temp Speaker, again, I got muted again. On main motion, Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kunesh-Barkrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
I
Thomas.
vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Pro temp speaker with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed. Pro temp speaker not voting.
Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. With a vote of 15 in favor and 8 opposed. Since this requires a 16 vote, the motion fails. I'm going to turn the gavel back to our speaker, Speaker Damon.
Motion to adjourn. Motion adjourned.
Thank you very much for
Second.
that. So Honorable Edison Juanita, thank you for chairing the meeting. That, colleagues, we are moving on down. Item number 7, close of session announcements, and I think there's a recommendation for an adjournment. That motion adjourned by
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Second. There's a second at 4:52 p.m.
Second.
Second by Chairman Yazzie. Thank you, colleagues. If there's any recommendations, let's go to board. Done.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
For adjournment, I'm voting green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Hi, Feta. This is Delegate Amber Kineswa-Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene Sill votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Officially adjourned at 4:54 p.m. Thank you, colleagues. Ones that are here, the chambers, safe travels on your way back, especially for those of you that are farther away that are here, like Honorable Paul Begay. Safe travels on your way across the nation. That, colleagues, continue to move forward. Our office will be working together with reaching out to colleagues and making sure that we're going to go ahead and have a leadership meeting in terms of moving forward, because this isn't the end to we have to get this ARPA legislation through the process no matter what, colleagues. So I just want to say that we'll most likely meet again and see what we need to do moving on from there. But I think there's a question of privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My question is, so the District 12 that I represent and that President Nez came and sat down with them, 0 of their projects were in the original legislation, so they weren't reviewed. I'm going to need, can you send out how delegates can get our projects reviewed? I'm going to need those projects reviewed so that they can be reviewed. This whole time the chapters thought the President's office and community development were submitting those projects on their behalf, but that's not the case. Again, 0 projects. Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, definitely, Madam Chair. I can make sure colleagues get that information and move it forward. Thank you, everyone, again. Going at safe travels again. I'll see you. Feels like it's a fight.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker. Be well. Be well, colleagues.
Aho.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll go on it.
Bye, everybody.